And we are back, everyone, for another day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Spring 2023 season. And I'm still luckily your host. I've not been kicked off the show, even though I've tried to steal some prediction points from my fellow stars here on the show. Before we get into this, though, I want to bring up Monster Energy, our official energy partner here at PMPL, not only here, but also in Europe, and I think a couple of other ones out there as well. Big supporters and big fans as well. But I got to introduce my analysts, my co-analysts, my co-host, my better half, my better looking person. I don't know, maybe probably stronger as well, because she tried to threaten me by showing me her guns earlier. And I know we're American, and that's not the kind of gun she was going to show me. It's Monica!
Yeah, I'm excited to be back, and I'm excited to wrestle some of my prediction points back from you, because I don't know how, but you somehow like hustled them out of me. And last I saw, I still had 0, so hopefully I get my 3 points back, because those were well-deserved points.
Well, that's the only 3 points that you are going to get through the rest of this week here. I'm just going to tell you right here, right now. But speaking of points here, we got to actually jump into our overall points. Now, this is not just from week 2. This is from, or week 3, I should say. This is their overall points throughout the entire event. And now, this is very important to keep in mind that the top 16 teams, once this is done, are the 16 teams that will be played in the finals. And I believe, Monica, how many at the top? How high do you have to place in the finals to be in the regionals?
You have to place top 5. So there's top 5 from NA, top 5 from Latin America, and then top 6 from Brazil. That will make it into PMPL Americas. And those are the final scores, not the scores that you're about to see here with the overalls.
Yeah, they'll come up eventually. I think Andre's just really punishing you here, Monica, making you just fill until this graphic comes up. So I'm gonna let you actually take this away, and I'll sit here, be quiet, and look pretty.
Yeah, so as the scores keep going for the overalls, it's harder and harder for a team to like skyrocket over a team next to them, just because there's so many more matches under their belts. And as we see here, NHyper, they still have a healthy lead. I think that's quick math, like 16 points in difference between them and YKG. But most interestingly, Jason, it's that 10 winner chicken dinners from YKG and 6 from NHyper. So it's just telling us that even though NHyper hasn't gotten as many wins in chicken dinners, they're just overall more consistent and really just, I don't know, just playing a lot more consistently, while YKG is starting to fall a little bit behind in elim points especially.
Yeah, and I think that for me is something that I'm gonna think about when we get to the finals, and obviously get into the regionals if these two teams do make it, because for me, you got to be a team who can frag out, especially when you meet the teams from Brazil, from Latin America. We know how good they can be. And we know how dominant they can be. But hey, these are two of the best we have so far in North America. But looking down the list here, there is quite a big gap between second and really anyone else out there. Over 100 points between second and third place as we move through into the second page. And honestly, Monica, this is where it really matters here for these teams, because we can see the current cutoff is 155 points that Excuse is currently holding on to.
The teams that are at the bottom that we'll see in just a little bit, the ones that are 17th through 20th, this is their last chance. They have today and then 3 more days the rest of this week to try to get up in that top 16. So I mean, they still have some time to get there, and especially as we see like number 17, they're only BOPE Esports are only 3 points behind. 18 is 6 points behind, so that's just one good game that you can jump up a little bit higher than them. But I would start thinking about like, hey, how can I maybe be a pain in the side or a thorn in the side of like skills of mind, of Excuse, like right above us, and maybe knock them off and break their momentum, and then we can climb much higher and let them fall and take the brunt of the bottom 4.
So I've always brought that point up before of like, if you're a team on the edge of the bubble trying to qualify through into the finals, do you start hot dropping or focusing the teams that are above you? And I feel like the general answer I always get back is, well, no. Because if you take that fight and you lose, you give them 4 points and you put yourself even farther behind those teams. But I'm wondering if maybe teams towards the top might be doing something like that, dropping onto some teams to allow others to potentially break through. But one thing I think we're both going to agree on, Monica, Super Laser Reflex, this is basically their final day, right? They have not been putting up good numbers. We've seen 44 matches now played. If they can't get anything going today, I think we're all going to be closing the books on them, unfortunately.
Yeah, we saw them in Sanhok. I think the last player is kind of running in the open and just getting shot at. So and maybe a little bit of disconnect of, obviously the goal is to make it to the finals, but their play style, their survival rate is just not matching up to get all the way there. So I mean, they've got to be
kind of like your prediction rate, right?
Yeah. Hey, I am tied with Mustache Dave 3 out of 5. So you guys who have been here all the weeks and I just showed up day one and like beat you guys. So I think it's you and Zute. Zute especially. I think Zute's was the lowest rate of all of us. Needs to work on his predictions a little bit.
Well, you hear that, Zute? I'm hearing a lot of trash talking and a lot of defensive talking coming out of Monica. I think she's a little bit scared, but not as scared as some of these other teams. We'll take a look at our results so far within this week. It's pretty much just from the first day, since we've only had, well, 1 day so far in this week. But we can see YKG putting up 2 chicken dinners to add to their, well, to make them have 10 total, I should say, with their 34 elimination points. But for me, the real standout is the Panthers.
Yeah, the Panthers yesterday, well, I think it was, which match was it? Was it Erangel? They came out with 19 eliminations. Yeah, it was the fourth match, 19 eliminations. Just took a page out of the book of YKG and was just playing it, like we were saying, just like a classic match that lasts maybe a third of the match. They're just running around in their cars, running people over behind trees, and just full sending it and just doing really, really, really well.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if they can maintain that, because they've always been a team we've seen so far in these first, I'd say, 3 weeks who've just been very frag heavy. But they do have some placement points to add towards the list. We can see actually on our second page, the Chosen not doing too well, 23 points, but not really doing too bad, to be completely honest. But a couple of other teams in there, for instance, Execute, who had a fantastic week 2, 16 points. Is Tensa the solution? I don't know. But as you said before yesterday, he's at school this week, so unfortunately cannot participate with them.
Yeah, maybe he needs one of the, like, he needs Juancho to go to school for him, and then he can come back and play, and then IGL them to victory. Because yeah, yesterday was just not it. Now we see the bottom 4 from yesterday, and these are again, like, to play 4 matches and to only get 5 points. That's just barely just making it into the match, and just, you know, like, one, who was it? Skills of Mine had 1 elimination all day. That is just not the caliber of play you need to be in this lobby.
I'm hearing a lot of smack talk, Monica. I would imagine if we dropped you into the lobby, do you think you would get 1 elimination point?
I would be 19 eliminations, myself, carrying the whole team, and everyone just supporting me. That'd be me. Just squad wiping everyone. Definitely.
Well, luckily for you, we actually do have a show match coming up on the 3rd day of play, so I guess we'll be putting you forward into that one in a one-on-one up against one of the players, preferably Nate, I guess, or Joey. We'll see how that one goes, so make sure you guys stick around for that. Let's talk about some negatives, though, unfortunately. Going into the finals, right? It's a long-form event. You have to play out 3 weeks before you get into the finals, if you qualify into the finals. And the perfect time to have some of your best performances is about right now. And one team that unfortunately hasn't been able to do that is the Chosen. And we wanted to focus on this team particularly because they've been on a downward trend, unfortunately, after having a pretty solid first week performance here, Monica. It's just not looking good for them anymore. And we really don't know why, or at least I don't know why.
Yeah, maybe they had like I mean, they're doing, I guess, okay, but in this lobby, you can't just do okay. You need to do excellent, you know. Especially, I mean, week 3, it only has yesterday, and yesterday they did 10th place, 12th place, a 16th place, and their one saving grace was in Vikendi, where they finished 2nd with 9 eliminations. So it was that one game that really just carried their, I mean, lackluster performance. So I mean, you can't finish 10th, 12th, 16th, and then, you know, have any hope of getting into finals.
Well, at least like for them, right? The first couple of weeks, they did build up a good amount of points, but in my head, it's about how are they going to perform going into the finals. Because I think, actually, something maybe Zute can talk about is like your performance going into the finals of an event. Is it better to be on like a high? Is it better to just kind of be more relaxed? And maybe that's something you can touch on when we get to him. But one team that is very relaxed and firing on all cylinders is going to be the Panthers, man. They have stepped up massively here in the first day of week 3, and they have improved from week 2 here on the left-hand side over to week 3. But of course, Monica, the stats will look like this when you have a good day. Yeah. The question will always come, can they have a good second day? And then a third, and then a fourth, and then maybe even a 5th.
Yeah, it's definitely a very, I mean, PUBG Mobile, you have to look at more data than just, hey, they had one really good day. Maybe other teams were having a really bad day, but being able to have a long-term, looking at a long extended amount of time, then you'll see the consistency of it. But yeah, 9.25, you know, elims, they tripled the number of eliminations they had, the damage, all of that. Survival time is great. And of course, when you're surviving longer, you're going to get those more eliminations. You just have more opportunities to get the points.
Yeah, and now Panthers, the question for them, can they do it yet again here? But we're almost actually getting into our first match, so let's actually bring up who's going to be playing here in the first game. Remember, it's always Group E that's going to be sitting out, so no MEZEXIS, no The Chosen, no Mobility, and no BOPE. It's not going to see what Chosen are going to bring into it here going into our first match of the day, but we get to see, of course, Panthers and Hyper, YKG. We get to see Monica potentially lose more prediction games, but
oh my gosh,
it's going to be exciting.
I don't know. We like, because we have Hyper, we have YKG, we have WALLSTREETBETS, like these teams that usually always consistently do good. So I think it might be a little bit tougher to definitely predict this one, just because we have a lot of these better teams all in the same lobby together.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I don't think you're ever to get lucky enough to have like YKG, WALLSTREETBETS, and Hyper, and whoever you want to throw in for the fourth right now in one group. And then you get lucky that the big dogs aren't going to be played. It's very difficult to do so, especially when you have all this happening. But we also need to see the schedule, right? Because we're having the map slightly change depending on the day. Everything gets moved up one, if that makes sense. We'll show it up in just in a second so you get an idea what I mean. But we're going to have a Vikendi yet again, and I'm still hoping we're going to eventually get a castle finish, but we're going to be starting things off on Miramar here.
So Vikendi, yesterday we actually, and Hyper, one of their best maps is Vikendi, and they just, because of the group rotations, they weren't able to even play Vikendi yesterday. So even though Hyper did slightly less than YKG, I think this is their potential opportunity to come back while they have their favorite map in the mix.
Oh man, I cannot wait, honestly. And I'm also going to be looking my eyes over towards Sanhok just because of what we saw yesterday. Things getting extremely hectic. But luckily for you at home, while things are getting hectic, what you can do is you can log into the game and you can pick up a very special PMPL crate here. Now, I know Monica told me she's tried to get like 50 of them so far, and she still hasn't opened up what she wants. But you know what? You have up until April 30th, so a long time, actually, like 24 days. Wow, I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah, I mean, keep going, get it, remind your friends to go into the game as well and get the PMPL special crate. And yeah, get this limited time offer skin and everything that, just for this event.
No, Monica, I will not give you prediction points back if you buy me these crates. It's fine. I'm still holding on to them. You guys at home who are watching, though, make sure you pay attention to the chat because we also have a survey for you guys to participate in. Let us know your feedback on the show. Let us know anything and everything you possibly can about what you're enjoying, maybe what you aren't enjoying. You're going to all see that link in chat for you to actually click and make sure to do that. Because if you do, Monica said she will give you 600 UC per person.
Oh, man.
So you can also take a screenshot of it, send it to her, and she'll get it to you as well. Or you can also post on social media with the hashtag PMPL NA and obviously tag her as well to make things even easier for her to have an idea of who
like
has
100 notifications. We're gonna be blowing
That's
up.
like a normal day for you though, right?
Oh yeah. Maybe like
I never get any notifications. If I do, it's like 7 linking it to me, and it's someone tagging Hot Chooks instead of me. I mean, I know we're both extremely handsome, but whatever. And also, you guys have chances to win UC while watching the show here, whether it's a code that's going to appear on the bottom of the screen in a little bit of time potentially, or sharing your favorite moment over on Instagram at Esports PUBG Mobile NA. You still have chances to win a ton of UC and even one right now. Now? No? Monica?
Huh?
When can they win it?
Is there a limit? Is there ever a limit for UC?
No. Okay, actually, no, I'm hearing from production. You guys have to wait a little bit longer. We're going to wait till we're in-game to show you this code, so you guys are making sure to pay attention. So make sure you got the game open on your device and you're ready to enter it because you're not going to want to miss it. And I think Zute's gotten about 90% of the code so far.
Wait, you told me yesterday that we weren't allowed to do it, and you're like, hands up, no typing in your phone.
Well,
Zute can win it, but
what I said was
can't?
you can't win it.
Oh, just me singularly. Anyone else on the broadcast can win it except for me.
And then Dave, I mean, he's too old. I think he said he was like 39 yesterday, so he doesn't know how to type it in correctly or quick enough or anything like that. But Monica, going into today, I think we have, I guess, a little bit more time. What are you really looking forward to in this day? Out of any teams in particular, any players in particular, like what are you looking for to make you happy?
I want to see WALLSTREETBETS be a little more aggressive. Like, obviously, they know how to rotate. They know how to get in there. I think yesterday they averaged like 3rd to 5th place almost every single match. They know how to get in the center and they know how to keep each other alive. But then in those crucial points in the last parts of the game, let's take Miramar. I think the 2nd match yesterday, they had that central compound, but they just stayed, you know, turtled up, allowed a team like YKG to crash up onto them, and then, you know, was very just passive in that fight against MEZEXIS, and then just really lost a lot of opportunities to get those really crucial elimination points. So more aggression from WALLSTREETBETS, and then I want to see Hyper do a little bit better. I mean, they have their favorite map, Vikendi, that they do really
Okay.
well on today. And yeah, I mean, we see YKG had a stellar performance yesterday, and then Hyper just kind of coasted it in for yesterday's performance.
Okay, interesting. I'm actually doing a different route. What I'm looking forward today, I'm looking forward to kicking you guys' butts when it comes to predictions. Let's take a look at how they went yesterday here and the scores from all of the talent. Keep in mind, this is just from yesterday.
Of course.
This is not from
Yes,
previous
it's
days
fixed.
or previous weeks. Right now, you're winning by 1. However, a broken clock is always right twice a day.
What? I gave such good predictions. Like the one time when we asked who's going to be the top 3 in Miramar, and I literally predicted the final 3, and I was totally correct.
It's true, but I found out that you can't read because it said which team will be top 3, and you chose 3 teams. And then, of course, you were going to say, oh, I didn't mean to choose that team if they got knocked out. I wanted to choose this team because they're still in top 3. I see how you work. You know, I'll give you credit for that. That's very smart.
But I did pick Dope correctly, where no one else picked Dope to win Vikendi yesterday. So that was a really good one that I did. Pat on my back.
Please tell me Dave and Zute are ready, because I need to get her out of here. This bragging is becoming too much for me, to be honest.
Yeah, Zute yesterday was like, I really hope Monica doesn't win because we'll never hear the end of it. And then if Jason wins, we'll never hear the end of it till the end of time. So better me to win than Jason is basically the model of this story.
Okay, well, we'll see how today goes, okay? I was just being generous. I was being nice, letting you guys get some wins. Maybe I'll finally pick YKG today. Probably not. I don't know why, but I still can't do it. But what I can do is I can send us over to our casters, Mustache Dave and Zute. I believe these 2 are ready to go here, so we can hop into our first match of the day. So you 2 gentlemen, why don't you take us into it?
What is going on? Day 2, we are getting ready. Zute and Mustache Dave on the mic. By the way, Jason, I made sure to go ahead and take that survey and tag you, so you at least have 1 notification today. Plus, Monica, 600 UC, pay up. I'm ready. I need the new pickle skin. How you doing, Zute?
I'm doing great myself. As you heard earlier, you might need that 600 UC, but I've been the one actually getting all the codes correct so far, so I'm good on the UC, Dave.
Self-report, man. Oh, man. So, yeah, we were kind of talking about the Chosen and their slump. I had an opportunity to talk to their manager, Lexi, and they pretty much let me know, like, their main focus is the finals. They're already going to be qualifying for the finals most likely. So what they're trying to do here, Zute, this week is just kind of tighten up, practice new things, and just kind of flex their muscles here to prepare for these said finals. What are your thoughts on that as we wait for game number 1?
I don't know. I feel like they could play better. Like you say, they're trying some new things, flex their muscles. I don't think they're at the shape or form yet to like try new things. They should stick to what they know and refine that. But hey, we don't know how the team dynamic is. Maybe, you know, they're actually a lot better than they're showing. So we'll just have to see. But yeah, if it all comes down to the finals, so we'll see very soon, Dave, as I think the first match is about ready here.
You're right.
As we take off, Dave, and yep, here we go. Transitioning right in to the depths of Miramar. We're starting today off with Miramar. And oh, speaking about UC, there's one right there. And if you enter it and it doesn't work, it's probably because I already took it, guys. You gotta be faster.
Zute, taking the UC. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard some quick tips and tricks last night. Make sure you have CJFC ready to go, because that has been a reoccurring trend here when it comes to UC. Best of luck tonight. Remember, UC going out at the beginning of every match, so there's always that opportunity to unlock that pickle skin here today. So, Miramar, you're going to dive deep into a little bit. I know after the games yesterday, we kind of had a little discussion on the flow of maps and kind of what we prefer, what the players might prefer to kickstart their day here. We were having that discussion between like Erangel, Miramar. I like starting the day on Sanhok, but let me get your take on this, Ute.
I think starting off the day on Sanhok is, well, for the overall pace of the games, right? I feel like when we start on Miramar or Sanhok, just anything but Erangel, I feel like the pace quickens up a little bit. I feel like Erangel, for all the players to start off the day there, it's just a map that's played so much and everyone already kind of knows what's going to happen and what to do, that they're just kind of in autopilot almost, you know? But when we start on Miramar or Sanhok, with the variables so much more, you know, it's way difficult to travel on Miramar, and on Sanhok, it's just like close quarters. I think it gets everyone, you know, in the quickened pace to start off the day. And when I was casting on the days where we started off on Sanhok or Miramar, I felt like the pace of the games were much more heightened. But yesterday on Erangel, I mean, games were good, don't get me wrong, Dave, but it just felt like players were kind of just playing in autopilot almost.
No, I get what you're laying down here. Sanhok kind of just throws you in the mix and your blood is just pumping all night long because of that adrenaline, right, from the Sanhok map. Meanwhile, Miramar, it's a lot bigger of a map, so there's a lot more of a slower early to mid game, of course. So totally get what you are laying down, and I always love having these discussions. Talking about discussions, had a discussion with Fears from YKG, and one of the areas that Fears told me that the team is actively trying to improve on going into the finals has to be the team comms, especially during team fights, because right now one of their main kind of thorns in the side is too many comms. You know, the comms are just flooded with intel during those team fights. So what they want to work on is less words with better information when they do have to say those words, because a lot of times during these engagements, Joey would die first because Joey can't even hear the footsteps because the comms are going wild here, Zute. So good little conversation to start the day here.
Yeah, I love that you bring that up, because I think on the first, or no, actually, it was last week. I was watching you guys cast, and I think Hot Jukes brought up. He mentioned a team in particular. I can't remember what. They go dead quiet when the situation gets too intense, and that's what they're working on. They're trying to work on being able to talk, to communicate when there's too much going on. And I believe that was a more inexperienced team for sure. So I love that you bring up YKG. It's like polar opposites, right? YKG, such an experienced team that under so much pressure, so much chaos, they're just churning all that info through their head, through their mouth, back into the team, that it's almost like too much. And then when you get an inexperienced team, when there's too much stuff going on, they don't know what to say. They're just trying to process what's going on and just, you know, keep it in their own head to be able to you know, do things correctly. So it's like two extremes, but ultimately, right, intel and comms is better than no comms. Of course, when you're talking way too much, it could become a problem. So it's cool to see that YKG is working on that.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's always cool to see like these top teams who are dominating the lobby, let me say, still trying to work on things, you know, still trying to improve their overall game plan and gameplay. And that's a good sign for the region as a whole as we look towards the finals. Ooh, wasted onto Beowulf. As we look towards the finals, and like Monica said, only the top 5 from the finals go to the regionals. So a lot of these players, they have their eye on the bigger picture, you know, and that's the rest of the year when it comes to competitive, and just trying to use the opportunity they have now to just tighten up and prepare for those future lobbies. So love to see it, love to read it, love to get the insights from the players directly right there. Here's Ute.
Yeah. This Miramar match starting to get underway. We already saw the first casualty. It is a very western circle, so teams are going to be rotating that way. A very nice zone for, say, everyone on the map. Easy roadways into the center, unless you get shot at, of course, but you just got to dodge and weave. And Rise, driving by another player. Skills of Mine. Now, Skills of Mine had a very terrible day yesterday, so them being able to start off the day at least with 1 point really quickly might help them out a bit.
Yeah, doubling their kill points, elim points here with that one, because yesterday out of the 4 games they only had one.
You didn't have to put it like that, Dave.
Doubling.
You didn't have to put it like that.
Doubling, hopefully quadrupling here if they can get another elim point here early on. But the Golden Eagles, the team on the receiving end right there, if you can recall, we had Stranger taking over that IGL role yesterday, and they won the first game. They got the winner chicken dinner. But today, Beowulf will be taking back the reins right there. And Beowulf was actually the one taken out first on the scouts right there. So interesting to see kind of these roles, and I know we talked about it a lot yesterday, but these roles kind of being tossed back and forth here this week in week number 3.
Always got to be able to do all the roles, in my opinion, as a competitive player. Of course, you know, when you have a very well-oiled machine, you want to dial everything in and have more designated roles, but got to be able to do what's needed at any given time and situation. Taking a look at YKG here, they just love these mountaintops.
Yeah, I want to see Joey. Okay, perfect. I like, we saw Joey up here yesterday, but we didn't see how Joey got up here. So the secret to success for all those people watching, like, how does Joey get up there? Buggy. The buggy just crawls its way all the way to the top, and we see 24K doing the same thing right now, just slowly but surely crawling their way towards the top. And if I'm not mistaken, not every vehicle can do this, or am I wrong here? As I see another one pulling up right behind Joey.
Oh, man. I thought Men-of-4 scouted someone out. There was a player on the other side of the hill that was looking up this way. So I'm not sure what Men-of-4 are really doing. Like, oh, wheels shot out. Do a little swervy right there. Slimmy.
This comes
running.
down to
He's
Men-of-4 just not watching the VODs, because we know, everybody knows the YKG love these high ground vantage points. Every Miramar game they play in here, Zute.
Oh, they're still driving. Just in the open. Oh, man. Oh, 4 points for YKG? I'll be surprised if Men-of-4 can even get a knock here. They are just over the top, covered from every which side. Fierce.
Ooh, Fierce.
Looking strong here. He's going to wait for some reinforcements here before he pushes that. But then again, man, YKG, they've just been playing so well. Fierce might know just how to 1v2 this on his own with the suppressive fire from out top.
Comes the teammates, or at least an additional teammate in the back lines. Chico up on the hilltop, taking out Masood. Now it's up to Zay. Last one alive. Ooh, nice little angle right there with the AKM. Don't feel we get the confirm. Oh, and Chico spotting that one through the window, as Chico will be dropping down just a little bit, taking some damage. But that's going to be 4 elim points early on with some very sweet loot here to go with it.
4 very quick points. And yeah, the loot, definitely always a plus. Another team driving by, it's dope. And Joey's still up on the mountaintop, by the way. Joey might be able to pop off some shots. You hear him shooting now. And oh, we got Puppeteers. It's a party up here on the northern side. And YKG is inviting everyone.
Puppeteers doing Puppeteer things, looking for their quota of 3 elim points per game before they clock out here. And like you said, they're on the approach right behind Dope Slayers. They're hot on the pursuit, but it looks like the Dope Slayers were able to make their rotation past YKG, and now the Puppeteers are somewhat stuck. Stuck like Chuck for the time being, as Joey now on the rotate looking for that reposition.
Yeah, man. YKG, they started off yesterday extremely hot as well. They're looking to do the same. And I'm hoping this is the YKG we see in the finals, right? Like, just coming out, slugging the teams. And Hyper trying to do the same right now, trying to keep toe-to-toe with YKG, the 2 rivals, the 2 top teams in the lobby, answering each other right back with those elims. 3 for the side of Hyper. About to make that 4 unless Kubi can make some magic happen here. I don't think they know exactly where he is, but they definitely have an idea of a solo player being around here. That's why they're clearing these buildings out together, it seems.
Just listening in. GK first. Okay. Kubi spotted them through the window. GK first opening the door. A little bait action. Now here come 3 players. They know Kubi's going to be back here in the corner. Now they see the pre-fire. Throwing a molly right there. Trying to flush him out. And there goes WALLSTREETBETS. And this is one of the downsides of always being a team to get an off-center or center position early on, because all it takes is a couple of auto views and eventually you'll know, like, WALLSTREETBETS are creatures of habits here when it comes to their early game positioning.
Oh, SLR. They really need to get stuff done today, and it looks like they're going to try their
Jump shot.
They're going to try their best.
Confirm it.
And Hyper, yeah, they get one. And Hyper getting cut down here a little bit. This is what I want to see from SLR. Just, you know, when you're this far behind, just go for it.
White LG, though, not helping the team, not helping the cause. Still going to be holding down across the way with the mini.
Mini, really?
Might be a mistake here. I mean, they looked like they were coming out on top of that surprise push on Hyper.
Now, in situations like these, I don't know who to criticize, right? It's easy to call out LG, like, why aren't you with your team?
Sure.
You're long range at an angle that can't really provide that good of suppressive fire. All that's very obvious in this situation right now, right? But on the flip side, when you have 3 players pushing into third party, a duo, those 3 players should play well enough to a degree where they don't need a 4th player there. Right? So it could go both ways. Either way, though, SLR, I feel like they're trying at least. They're trying something. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that take. But then again, like you said, we are talking about SLR. You know what I'm saying? So SLR need all their resources available to take any fight at this point in the game. So if you're going to devote 3 of your players, you might as well devote all 4 of them to try to at least confirm those elims, because that's what they need. Yesterday, I believe they got a total of 5 elims, and that's where all their points came from. And this team, today's the last day. They need to pop off. If they don't pop off today, we will not be talking about them moving forward, because it's just going to be impossible with that point spread for them to qualify at that point. So I do like the heads-up play with them being a little more aggressive here today, but to add to your point, I feel like they just need to do it as a team effort. So we'll see what they can accomplish as they have 3 more games to go here tonight.
Keep an eye out for that. Golden Eagles down to 3, lost a player extremely early on. Face to face with Team Excuse now. Rise on the close range. Against the DBS though, DBS no shots connecting. UAP actually will reign supreme in that fight. And they have the angles, the man advantage as well. Don't think Draco do much here. Just cooking in the blue. Yeah, he's gonna get pushed.
Golden Eagles looking to pull back behind this hill, not soak up the blue. Gatekeep now. Stranger tossing a grenade. Has the location down packed, that little ledge just saving them for the time being. Rise with the spray down. And there goes our squad. Excuse taken out very early on here on this Miramar map. Another team, 16th coming into today. 16th, and they're only 3 points ahead of BOPE Esports. So another team that is looking to just hold on to that qualification spot here this week, Zute.
Yeah, they're holding on for dear life right now. New zone shifts out. We're going into Monte. Might be a small city ending. That'd be cool to see. YKG dead in the center with a great spot, and Hyper in a very powerful position right there. They've got hard cover and the high ground, except I do think they're only down to 3 after SLR pushed them. Yeah, so they have a little less manpower. The Panthers, this is a team that we talked a lot about after their explosive resurgence yesterday. We're gonna see if it was just a flash in the pan. I think that's the saying. We'll see if it's just a flash in the pan or if they could actually make something happen today as well.
Yes, sir. They told me the Panthers have their claws back here, Zute, after yesterday. Quan in those double digits. I believe Quan didn't even change his shirt from yesterday. Still wearing that lucky shirt from yesterday. So we'll see what they can accomplish, as they're going to be playing the edge of the South. They have a huge buffer between them and everybody else for the time being. Over here, though, QZZ might be able to get this confirmed. They're looking for it. They're looking for it, but there's a couple other opponents out here with eyeballs on this particular location as well. As this is going to be Puppeteers just playing the edge. A lot of teams right now just holding edge here, Zute, waiting to see where this next circle takes us.
Yeah, no one really wants to commit right now. It's the map split in half. You have the mountainous hill on the right side and then the urban environment on the left. Next circle is really going to determine where we're going to head into. And Puppeteers with 4 up. This, I guess you could call it late game. I'm sure there's still 12 teams alive, but
Late game for them.
Yeah, definitely late game for them. They don't have any elimination points yet. So
Yeah.
maybe see what they got in store for us.
Looking at the stats, Rushy actually was 4th when it comes to damage done yesterday, but only 4 elims. Had about 1.6k damage done. It stood out to me because I like looking at the numbers and whatnot. But if I am Rushy today, I want to kind of focus on confirming the knocks, confirming and trying to get those elim points here today because they were just popping off yesterday. Getting them shots for Phoenix Esports. Phoenix, they were involved a lot too. They were involved in a lot of skirmishes yesterday. So wouldn't be surprised if we see that from them here today as well. This team is a mid-pack team, so they're somewhat comfortable when it comes to qualifying in the finals. But of course, like many other teams looking to refine their play style to prepare for the finals here, Zute.
1000%. Wanted with a huge split right here. Huge 2-2 split on the southwest side. It's a lot of hurry up and wait right now. Everybody's pretty much entrenched in, settle in for this circle. Getting ready for the circle shift. Everyone should have a decent plan no matter where the circle goes. It's going to be a tough one for a lot of these teams. YKG obviously in a very nice position. Unless if it shifts down southeast, then they got, a lot of mountainous terrain to traverse. Execute also in a good spot right there. You see them just south of YKG, almost center. And that circle shift, well, I mean, you could say it favors the teams in the center, but I feel like this just allows for a lot of other teams to get into that circle with so much cover. It's going to cause a lot of chaos for the next circle.
Yeah, this is a great circle for wanted vigilantes, and I'm pointing their position now. As long as SoFly and Zed can group up with Stevo and Fishy, this is a great spot for them because they actually won a chicken dinner last week, holding down the same compound up there on the top here, Zute. And I believe it was up against N-Hyper too, a strong contender in the lobby. It came down to the final wire, of course, but wanted vigilantes are going to be comfortable up there. And we'll see if they can kind of learn from their mistakes. Even though they got that chicken, they played it really slow last week and almost threw it. So hopefully they could have learned from that one game, and that can help prepare them to maybe clutch it out from this position again, of course, if it continues to favor up there. As Golden Eagles, Baby Tang in the back lines, Stranger Rise pulling up, and this is going to be the 2-2 split, the duo that I was just talking about for wanted vigilantes.
Yeah. Splits are great and all if it makes sense, and in this type of position, when you're holding the edge in a circle like this, you can't hold it with just 2. It's way too difficult. You'll have a 4-man team. Well, in this case, Golden Eagles, they're down to 3, but they're going to push directly in. They will be able to get that revive, but with the pressure and the sightlines not too great for the other 2 to support, they should just group up a little bit closer. And, oh, I think they just lost a player too. Yeah. Wanted will go down to 3 players.
That one hurts. That one hurts. Angry Amateur still going to be 4 up, alive down there below in the compound. We'll keep tabs on them as a couple solos out here. Rin, oh no, Rin was spotted in the process. Hopefully GK First or QZZ could provide that support and pick up Rin. Get that heal off over here. They are receiving some shots from the Puppeteers up north. Not mistaken, Zute.
Now Puppeteers
Just being a pest right now.
Yeah, controlling that northeastern side, taking pot shots at anything they could see. We're heading into about the next circle shift. Still 37 players remaining. So, as predicted, not a lot of teams nor players went out on that circle shift, making the next one even more difficult for everyone to try and navigate. Execute they're going to have to make their way into the city more than likely, unless the hard shifts onto them, in which case all eyes will be on Execute when they drive in the open to the next zone.
Next
Puppeteers, I
circle.
like that split.
About to pop here shortly. Also, kind of tagging on with Execute, they got a duo at least from the Panthers and then a trio from NHyper in the general area as well. And if the zone does shift towards YKG are going to be in a really good position, essentially, to try to gatekeep from their center spot. And yep, does center up here, Zute. You predicted
Ooh.
it. You predicted it.
Oh, man. Can't be any more central than that.
Ooh,
Which
GK first.
will,
Ice grenade.
yeah, it'll force NHyper and the Panthers to get in a fight. Wait, NHyper has 10 eliminations already, looking to pick up 3 more. The Panthers, this is not the Panthers I want to see. They were saying they were going to play aggressive, take the fight to the other teams, but you saw right there, they were just all laying prone, trying to stay alive. Juan is ready to do something now. He already got one, can't find the second. Execute coming in for the third party. Can NHyper hold this down with just 2 players up? They're going for Rez. Rez trying to keep everyone back with the nades, but Execute, they're going in fast, Dave. They want blood.
Ooh, Execute looking for that comeback game after yesterday's performance. They are going to be grouping up as 4, making the push onto NHyper, cleaning out NHyper as NHyper just finished up their own skirmish with the Panthers. So hitting them while they were down and trying to heal up. This is perfect timing from Execute, as now they're going to pop those vehicles and look to reposition, but they're not the only team looking to reposition. The Angry Amateurs now also need to push out of their compound. They also need to be cautious with the Golden Eagles on the high ground, looking to backstab them right now, Zute.
Man, this is getting so tense right now. So much fights about to break out potentially. A lot to keep an eye out on. Angry Amateurs, they're going to try and just sneak underneath that high ground. They're not going to contest most wanted for it. Golden Eagles still keeping one up alive, not in the zone. You can see Angry Amateurs looking his way. They know he's there.
K19 with only a duo. Interesting split. We can kind of see their purple, yep, on the mini map. Here's one, and their teammate Poppy Sour is on the complete opposite side of them right now. They are just both trying to play that insurance policy, trying to get as many placement points as possible, as they did get separated on that rotate. Now they're down to just Poppy Sour. Another point for the Puppeteers. So Puppeteers, how many kills are they sitting out here?
Just one.
Ooh, they still need 2 more. 2 more.
Yeah,
To reach the quota per game.
But they're getting those placement points. Well, not quite yet.
Not quite yet.
There's still 9 teams alive. I know we're well into the late game. This could be considered late game for all the teams. With Puppeteers in here with 4 up. Close range. Maybe this might just be what Puppeteers are looking for to get both placement points and elimination points right now.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned with REFLEX's position. They are going to be playing that off angle by themselves within those buildings, those shacks. So hopefully they don't get caught off guard. But one of the main stories right now, Angry Amateurs trying to make their approach into the zone. They are going to be gate kept by Wanted Vigilantes and Phoenix Esports, most likely here. Angry Amateurs, they do have 4 up though, so they are looking pretty good when it comes to that. Fate looking for a push, looking to get the bottom side of that hill.
Oh,
right in time for the zone, but Joey spotted that push from Fate. Take some shots. Fate is behind that crate for the time being for cover, if I'm not mistaken.
There is a compound there. There is a compound there, so it's not just a crate. It's like a 1-story, minimal cover, but it is center zone. You can see the rest of the team.
Whole team's pushing. Casper staying in the back lines. The anchor roll.
Compound there, maybe.
I believe there is.
He has the compound.
Wanted Vigilantes should have sight lines on it too, though.
Yeah, I mean everyone has sight lines here, but compound, they do secure it. Fate with a heads-up, premeditated rotation there. Team secures a spot. That puts them in a great position. They managed to keep 3 up. We still got 1 player in the back lines, Casper, right? Who hasn't rotated just yet. And I think he's going to wait at the last second for when all the chaos breaks out. So maybe, you know, hide underneath the cover of chaos. So YKG doesn't laser him right out the car. Here comes Angry Amateurs. They're on the edge of the zone. They need to move in just a little more. One player already knocked. About to be two. The bullets hitting into the windowsill. That would have been a knock otherwise.
Yeah, Angry Amateur is just stuck in a choke point right now. Yeah, they have the soft cover when it comes to smokes, but all it takes is a couple sprays, and with the addition of the blue zone also applying some additional pressure, that should be the Angry Amateurs out. Still looking at Wanted Vigilantes up there at the top to see what they can accomplish up there. They have Phoenix Esports right beneath them. Only one elim so far.
Yeah, it's a great position to see a lot, but all they're seeing is a bunch of buildings, right, Dave? And those players, if you can knock one, great, but getting the thirst, very unlikely.
Ooh.
So they're getting a lot of info, at least. Hopefully they will know what to do with this info if the circle shifts off of them.
Ooh.
That's the advantage with a position like this. But if you catch a player outside of a building cover for whatever reason, that's a point, and you secure that point.
Catch me outside. Catch me outside. There goes 1 point to the side of Fishy for Wanted Vigilantes. And the play zone actually chunking down diamonds. But Fishy, no more grenades, no more mollies. But we don't even need it here, Zute. We got the spray from above. Another point going towards Wanted Vigilantes.
Wow, okay. Looks like Wanted will manage to pick up a couple points up there. Get them all you can. They're on the edge of the new zone, though. There is a chance that the zone will shift up to Wanted, which means all the other teams are going to have to fight each other, and Wanted could just third-party everyone. Joey hitting 600 damage. YKG still in this lobby with 4. So even if they have to fight at Pearl, they can make it happen.
Yeah, YKG still being strong right here has me concerned for the rest of the lobby, essentially. They're going to play the edge of the East and most likely be making their way on in. Their first target is probably going to be Execute, as they did see that push from across the way. So we'll keep tabs on that, because Dope Slayer still 3 up. That's quick, trying to keep out the duo from Puppeteers. Puppeteers still alive. Reckless looks like they're looking to breach the compound that Dope Slayers are holding down here.
They're getting closer. Using the blue zone to push into the building. Bang, though, elects to take another route. He's going to be safe for now behind a wall, but yeah, those angles are easy nades. Reckless. Is he going to try and make something happen?
In the
Proning
smoke.
in the smoke. Yeah, he is just ninja style right now. Fang gets one. Ooh, Reckless. Goes down, though. 1v2 situation for Fang.
Yeah, questionable right there. Crawling in the smokes on the outside of the compounds. Looks like that grenade did hit the tip of the wall as well. Fang has this wall for cover. Blue zone is going to be right on their backside, but Bray knows exactly where Fang is. Fang needs to hit a phenomenal grenade right here to even have the potential to push across the open field terrain right there, and wasn't able to hit that grenade here, Zute. But here comes a massive push / defense right now. Execute and YKG. Ooh.
Everyone's got to push this one. This, the final zone, is circling dead into the center, and no one's in the center. There's no hard cover in the center either. So everyone has to start fighting their way in. YKG getting banged up right now. Execute also taking a lot of shots. Wanted, you think they're in a good spot, but they don't have cover either, and they got to move down the hillside. A little sneak attack monster truck action. Execute, deal with K19 real quick, and Fate, he's going to drive in with the monster truck, use it as makeshift cover. YKG is out. We're down to 3 teams. Dope coming in from the northern side, getting pieced up. Only Barry left alive. Wanted making good use of that ridgeline cover as they slowly make their way down. Execute still have 3 up, however. And I don't know who has priority over the dead center of the zone. Does Execute have it, or does Wanted have it?
Ooh, Bray is getting lit up from multiple angles right here. Looks like Bray finally down and out. 3v3. Execute down below. Wanted Vigilantes on the high ground. The Eagles in the sky here, Zute. And you asked the question, who has priority on the zone? I believe it is Wanted Vigilantes up here at the top. as
Oh, yeah.
Fate is going to be spotted down there below. We saw Fate toss a molly trying to connect up here on the center of this new circle as it continues to close on in. Execute will have to deal with the blue here very shortly. Patience is key, though. Want the Vigilantes, just wait it out. Wait it out.
Yeah.
Pass your heels off to one player just in case you need to. But now Execute grouped up in the corner. Here comes the blue zone to apply that additional pressure. There goes Fate. Drago done and dusted. Wanted Vigilantes once again winning the winner chicken dinner from that position, from that high top compound that we saw win last week from Zute.
Yeah, they love that position and works out for them once again. Great game for Execute, though. A little bit of a bounce back from yesterday's performance. Some heads-up rotations from them. Wanted. They hailed out 2-2 in the beginning, too, so they took some risks. They didn't just turtle up and not do anything. Picked up elimination points, too. And overall, that was a really good game for a lot of these teams, especially coming into that late-game chaos.
Yeah, and I love that Executes were able to at least clutch out that second place, because I know after yesterday, a lot of people were kind of questioning, okay, Tenta is out. Does that mean that Execute aren't going to acquire any points here this week, you know? So for them to be able to have a good defense up against YKG and just survive and get a couple elim points, that's a good look to start off day number 2. But shout out to Wanted Vigilantes here, getting the chicken dinner here in game 1 on Miramar.
Yeah, big chicken dinner there. You see Hyper up here with some stats too. Last we saw them, they had, what, 13 eliminations before they got third party by Execute? So, I mean, that's a lot of elim points, and with placement points not being as high, they could have gotten themselves pretty high up in the rankings for that final match too.
Give us the baby Tang pose right there. You'll love to see it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 1. Don't go anywhere. We got Monica and Jason coming up after the break.
All right, Wanted Vigilantes starting off strong here with a nice victory, nice chicken dinner under their belts, and more importantly, besides their victory, getting me and Mustache Dave our prediction correct. Funny thing was, Monica's like, oh, you picked on Hyper? I was going to pick them, but I'm going to pick YKG. How did that work out for you, Monica?
I literally was going to pick Hyper, and then I saw you picked Hyper, and then I was like, I can't pick the same thing as Jason, so I went with like my second gut, and then they didn't get it, and then it just didn't work out well. But there's still 4 matches to go, Jason.
I thought Excuse was just a team in PMPL, but you seem to have a lot of them. Let's take a look at the match rankings, though. In this last match, you get an idea of how many points the teams did get. You see, Wanted Vigilantes was 17, and Hyper, without a single placement point, get the 13 eliminations to get second overall.
Love it. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Really playing the new point system to their advantage. I think they're just, they just stayed kind of right on the edge, just kept going through team after team after team. Even though they got third party at the end there, it was still a great finish for them and ending up second place in here. After that, it's kind of very similar 4, 5, 6 eliminations. But I'm glad to see that we have a new victor. It's not always the same kind of rotating 5 or so. Wanted Vigilantes, well-deserved win there.
Yeah, I think it was a very difficult final zone to deal with, right? Because you had Wanted Vigilantes on the high ground who had to come down. You had YKG, which honestly, in any other given match, I think they definitely should have won that one. But again, the zone that just really didn't favor them. They had to come out in the open a lot earlier than the other teams, just getting pummeled down. And then even thinking about Execute, they had that great rotate as well here with Fate. I think just driving across the street, getting towards that compound, the rest of the team rotating in to help out as well. Really, I guess, good calls being made by quite a few teams here to allow them to have the success they actually pulled off.
I think YKG, because that arena is one of the only open arenas in Los Leones, or I'm sorry, on Miramar, around in the Los Leones area. If they had one of the covered arenas, I think this would have been a much different results in the match. But after they left the little strip of compounds, there was just nowhere to hide from Dope coming in at the same time, and then Wanted Vigilantes from up top.
Yeah, just too much action happened at the same time here. You see Puppeteer get themselves the 1 elimination and the 1 placement. Panthers, unfortunately, having a little bit of a rough time with the only 1 elimination point. But Super Laser Reflex, you know what? They put up a fight in the beginning. They went after NHyper. They got to confirm onto 1 player from NHyper, but again, it cost them their whole team. But we are starting to see them make some moves, and that's something they definitely have to do. But they obviously need to be a bit more successful if they want to be able to breach into that top 16.
WALLSTREETBETS doing the opposite of what I wanted them to do, which was, keep the positioning, keep the rotations, and then be able to frag out a little bit more. They kind of just threw that all out the window and only got that 1 elim and went out pretty early in the match. So unfortunately, WALLSTREETBETS, but they have 3 more chances, I guess, today to get some more points.
Yeah, there's a lot more chances here as we take a look at our top damage, or I guess the damage dealt here in this last match, get an idea of who was really reigning supreme. And of course, it's going to be NHyper. But Wanted Vigilantes, I think Zute put out pretty perfectly. Like, the high ground they had was phenomenal for getting damage down. But to thirst any of those knocks is extremely difficult unless you get knocked inside of a building and then he sprays you down with an ump, I guess. But either way, I mean, still, YKG did a buttload of damage here. Just wasn't really able to convert them too often into eliminations.
Yeah, Dope, on the other hand, very efficient with their damage. 800 some damage and 6 eliminations. So they didn't waste any damage having a lot of fights. So that means they had some pretty clean fights. Was able to just really quickly take out those players that they were fighting against.
All right, let's take a closer look here at our victors of Wanted Vigilantes and the stats here across the board here for the team. I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of lopsidedness when it comes to the damage and eliminations, but I still feel like that just mostly comes down to maybe the layouts they had, or maybe the positions they were playing, because obviously you kind of need, you can't really be thirsty when you're on the high ground like that and you get knocked and you have people there to easily res you.
Yeah, definitely having the higher upper ground, it's easy to, especially in their fight against Execute, right? If a player got knocked, it's just simple. Come back a little bit, you have that entire cliff below you to give you cover, and then you just get revived. On the other side, Execute getting stuck down below, or YKG earlier, you get knocked there, you're in full view of everyone around you to get flushed on out. So they picked a very good spot on the map, and they were very good on their time to come down from the top and then come just on that next kind of level down on the halfway point of the map.
Exactly. I think that final zone is what almost, I don't want to say gave them the chicken dinner, but it definitely helped them out a ton. But 2 teams, again, I guess we could talk about, the prediction winner and the prediction losers. We look at NHyper against YKG here, a little bit closer in their head-to-head stats for this last match. And I feel kind of bad for YKG because I feel like, again, that really should have been a match they could win, but that zone just really didn't favor them with the high ground. And obviously, you talked about the arena with the cover. But they still put out a lot of damage. It's just unfortunately, they weren't really able to capitalize off of those because of the position they were in. They didn't want to chase after knocks, I would assume.
Yeah, they were kind of in the central part of the map for a good portion of it until the circle finally came off of them. So being that center versus Ed and Hyper being on the edges, you're not going to see that many teams. You're just not going to have as many conflicts versus those teams like Ed and Hyper being on the edge. They're going to be rolling through all the teams to their left and to their right and just had more opportunities to engage more and rack up those 13 eliminations that they ended up getting.
Well, you guys, you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen that we're going to be going to Sanhok next. But what about after that? Let's take a look at our schedule. You guys get you guys an idea of what's coming on later down the line here. We do have Group D sitting out when it comes to Sanhok. But then, of course, Erangel, Vikendi, and Erangel once again going to be extra spicy as we head into the later stages of this because we do have tomorrow off before we come back yet again with 3 days back-to-back. But a little bit sad, Monica, to not see Execute playing after the good performance they had on match 1.
Yeah, it's so just the way the groups end up going, it's either going to be really good where, like, say you had a bad match, right? Now you have ample time to kind of regroup, refresh, and have a better mindset going into the next matches after your break. However, if you're a team that is really a momentum-based team and you're doing so well, and then all of a sudden, boom, break for 40 minutes into the next one, you might lose that momentum, might lose that focus to still perform on the same level for that last one.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. I think it can be when it comes to being one of those teams and, of course, having a format like this. But the fortunate part is, it means we get into another match here right now as we have Mustache Dave and Sute to take us into Sanhok here once again.
Welcome back. Mustache Dave, aka Mr. 5 for 5 when it comes to predictions. That's exactly what's going to happen today. Zute, I want to ask you, if Coops was here today, what would Coops be saying about the lobby?
Easy.
That's it. Easy.
I mean, Coops will be dominating the lobby right now. Unfortunately, Coops is no longer with NA, but Coops he's still playing. I've heard he's with the Enigma Galaxy right now. So, good talent, still continuing the grind, but the grind doesn't stop for the NA players. They're still grinding it out here back in home soil, and we're going to be dropping into Sanhok. But before we do that, it's the CJFCZ D again. I feel like those first 6 letters are the same every time.
Make sure.
Actually, what if Dave? What if the UC giveaway code is just like same code over and over?
Nah, we wouldn't do that. Okay, it ends in 7-6, so we'll keep tabs. I wrote it down.
Okay.
By the way, Monica, appreciate you. Monica said she's gonna send me 1,200 UC. So hey, because I took the survey. Zute. You should take the survey as well. It's in the chat. Just click the link and pile through that one. Still waiting for Jason to like the tweet, but it's okay. We get it. So getting into match number 2, Sanhok. SLR going to be up there with Joey. Can Joey 1v4 SLR? Serious question. Let us know in the chat. Yes or no?
That's an interesting drop split right there.
I think Joey's going for the 1v4.
You know what's... I don't know if YKG is doing this on purpose. Because, it's not the finals, right? This is usually something you pull out in the finals. You don't reveal this for other teams to study. So I'm almost thinking they're doing this on purpose to psych out the teams on the Northwest. Because Execute's not in here, right? Execute's going to be in the finals. And Execute drops in that Northwest. So maybe when Execute does VOD reviews, once we head into the finals, that might psych them out. That might make them think like, oh, YKG might drop up here with one player, do a split. So very curious as to why they did that just now.
Dong with the first blood, if I'm not mistaken, of game number 2. As we look to SLR, doesn't look like it's going to be Joey, but a squad mate from Excuse just out here farming points. They lost Rosh in the process, but they got 2 elim points to go. And going back to the conversation with Joey, I think it's just Joey letting them know, like, hey, we know you're not playing this game. We know your drop spots. We know your rotations. Just like, giving them a little nudge for the finals, saying, what's up? What you gonna do about it? We can drop here if we want. Kind of what you were saying. So I love to see it. YKG versus Execute though. 4v4. Who wins that one, Zute? Who wins it?
YKG versus X. Oh, I gotta go
4v4. Straight up 4v4.
with YKG. YKG all day. YKG just pack a way bigger punch, right? Execute. I think what Execute's got going for them, they need more time, right? Tensa just joined them, and with more time, they'll get that synergy down. They're definitely more of a strategic team, not a like firepower team. Not to say, you know, YKG doesn't have strategy. They have a lot of strategy. But in a straight up 4v4, YKG packs a harder, bigger punch.
All right. And does the answer change if it's in? Oh, look at my net. Tears.
Oh, Puppeteers.
Ended up getting ran over in the process.
Teammates are there though, immediately. Beers was not by himself. Fang, can he pull off the miracle play? Nope. DBS. Nope.
So it's up to Reckless right now. The last one alive for the Puppeteers. Does have the coop to work with. Reckless, you know you want to. You know you want to. Was tagged just a little bit. As they are going to be driving off into the sunset here, Zute. YKG 3 limbs right now, as it looks like they're trying to group up with Joey in those cliffs. But they're not the only ones looking to eyeball this position. The Chosen also making their approach over there, but we'll get back to that because Quan on their knees. The Panthers looking to ramp up that aggression. The Panthers found their claws yesterday in the form of vehicle pushes. Controlled chaos. You're going to be lacking the vehicles here this game around, at least for now. They have 2 opponents right ahead of them. Chronix with a nice spray down across the way. Yep. Provide that cover fire for their reset, the revive on the Quan here.
They got enemies like right next to them too, so for them to like focus on multiple teams, they might think it's the same team. They might honestly think, you know, it's a long split with cover fire. The Panthers though, now they're striking in.
Nice little smoke right there to bridge the gap between the 2 compounds. Ooh, X-Straight grenade inside the building, taking down Chronix. It's going to force the Panthers to pump the brakes just a little bit. Looks like the confirm was out. Kai looking for that follow-up. Looks like that grenade hurt themselves just a little bit. Little love tap. It's okay. Quan pre-firing. Zuko pre-firing through the corners right there. They know where they're at. The thing is, Excuse have a player on the opposite end protecting their backsides from that push, Zute.
Yeah, it's a very good position. That player. Close range. They're looking for the final strike. The Panthers, you know, they're playing very aggressive, but they're playing controlled. They're not just going in blind right now. And surely the push is going to happen soon. Zuko goes down. They get the knock, so trade for trade, and they should definitely have the info now. It's only 1 player up. If there was 2 more players here, there'd be more movement, more audio cues. They should just go for it, and they do finally get it. Panthers down to 3. We'll pick up 2 points, however. Very good start for now, especially given the fact that it is Sanhok. Get the elimination points while you can. Draco, yeah, he's forced to leave that. 5 points for them.
Yeah.
Honestly,
not too bad.
Not too shabby.
Yeah. That's equivalent to a 3rd place finish when it comes to placement points, and this is Sanhok. So that is pretty impressive. And they were holding down the off angle across the way, like we mentioned, that really bought their teammates a lot of time to at least try to have some room to work with here on that defense. But the Panthers just a little too hungry after yesterday's performance. A lot of expectations for that squad moving forward here. So they're also going to be acquiring some elim points this game, as now we're looking at Reckless. Remember, Reckless ran away a couple moments ago, the solo player for the Puppeteers, with the DBS, who will get a point here, Zute.
In true Puppeteer fashion, picking up those elim points, hitting that quota before they leave the lobby. Team mobility against most wanted, up on that northeastern side. Next circle is going to shift, and we are going to go to that northwest zone. The Chosen, this is a great circle for them to be in.
Yeah, that's the position that Joey was holding down early game, but looks like Joey did pull back to their teammates on the shoreline. Also, a pretty solid spot when it comes to potentially gatekeeping some teams trying to make their approach in on that east side. And we've seen teams swim across that channel near boot camp and where YKG are multiple times, as it's the quickest route if they don't take the bridge. But look at this, WALLSTREETBETS looking for the revenge play. 3v1.
Oh, that's
not even a fight here, as the Puppeteers done, dusted, out the lobby.
You know, Exotics comms are like, it's only one. Just push them. Just take them out. Get that 1 point. They will indeed confirm that 1 point. The Panthers now looking towards the bridge with that new zone shift. Of course, they need to make a crawl over or a crossover. Yemen really caught in a tough spot. Long range Shangle from Nate. Zuko on the close range. He should have a nade.
Yeah,
of some
man.
sort. Oh, actually, Yemen's got the nade first.
What? Immediately
feeling it.
taking the shots on the Nate too, forcing Nate to dip behind the boulder here, Zute.
Yeah, he's feeling it. I mean, when you're down to just the solo player, you do what comes natural to you. So playing pretty well there. The Panthers, unfortunately, down to just Nate. Oh my gosh! Open that door a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Imagine you got taken out there. That would have been tough.
The one-player bridge camp from SLR. Who would have guessed? We'll see how that one unfolds, because the Golden Eagles are also going to be making their approach here very shortly, as they are hovering in that direction. But over here in the south, east of Painan, you got BOPE on the high top, hilltop. Phoenix Esports down below. BOPE do have a vehicle. I believe it's it's a buggy, 2-seater. But they got 2, so they are good to go. They don't want to take this fight. They don't want this smoke. They're going to leapfrog into the zone and probably gatekeep Phoenix. That's the thought, at least. Wanted Vigilantes on the shoreline. Just shooting ducks in a barrel here, Zute.
Ducks that are having a very hard time swimming across. And some cover fire though from distance. Does push back Fishy just a little bit. He really needed that knock, however. Fishy standing wide up in the open. However, one of the ducks have made it onto land. Almost catches Zed. Will quack his way down.
Ooh, Blinky spotted
Blinky
with the
getting
off
spotted.
angle. Yeah, that could have been massive for team mobility. Nothing but free points here, Zute.
They almost did it though. I mean, Wanted only had 2. If they just got 1 knock, could have been all the difference in the world. Blinky's still alive. Blinky's swinging all the way. Hold on, that's an excuse player. Draco looking to get involved, looking for a backstab opportunity. Zed, he's scoped that way. He knows.
Dude, SLR.
I think he knows.
Yemen.
He definitely knows.
Yemen, the solo from SLR. The solo bridge camp onto the Golden Eagles. Looks like they did get 1. Golden Eagles still hauling it out of there. Can't believe that solo is putting in so much work here on this Sanhok map. But going back to this fight, looks like Wanted Vigilante is trying to flush out the snake behind him. Blinky is still alive. Zute made it to the shoreline. Was able to get a heal off. Oh,
That was clutch. Draco coming in now. If there's any map you want to be a solo on, it is definitely Sanhok. Draco and Blinky though, 1v1. Blue zones pressing in.
Tommy gun,
all-out war
Tommy
up
gun,
here.
pre-fire, jump
The
shot
jump shot?
right there.
Oh,
Blinky
UMP's just
and the
better.
M4. But look at this, Blinky trying to close the gap. Might even be able to catch Wanted Vigilantes off guard, as they are getting the pickup. But then pulling back to the crate. Oh no. But Craze was able to
interesting.
swim across the channel.
I think Blinky ran up close just to apply like audio pressure. Like get the revive to stop potentially, and once he hears footsteps, he just runs right back, because he's kind of waiting for Craze to get closer into the situation, into the fight as well.
What a standoff over here. What a standoff. Now here comes Papa Blue to apply some additional pressure. Craze trying to pull up right behind Blinky in the open. M4 was able to connect onto 1, but Zed trying to go for that confirm. And Craze
there we
from
go.
behind in the blue, taking out Wanted Vigilantes.
That was well played. Very tough battle, but very well played. I like how Blinky backed off. He didn't just go for the hero play, even though it looked like the correct play to make. He waited for Craze. Ultimately, Craze traded him out. Very well done for the team. Back onto the southern side. The circle did shift down here. So now K19 on the cusp of that zone. They do have a player in zone, but I think they want to see if they could get any openings onto Wall Street Bets. Because if the circle shifts off them, they do have to breach over past this fortress of a compound that Wall Street Bets is holding. Wall Street Bets lost Exotic. They also got one of K19 down there. It's a 3v3 situation.
Yeah, and I love that we're kind of we're watching Wall Street Bets almost forced to play outside of their comfort zone right now, on the edge, trying to get involved, trying to get into fights here towards that mid game. As previously we've been seeing them just kind of turtling up center position. That's been their bread and butter. So not going to be out here taking the fight, grabbing life by the horns out here. It's K19, they're going to be eliminated. Phoenix, tough position here. Swimming across the water, Zute, with the blue also on top of them. But that's not the worst part of this. The worst part is they got BOPE right behind them.
It's going to get messy. I think at this point, you just look for the elimination points. There's just no way you're making it in. If you just run it over, you have a higher chance of being shot at and taken out. So may as well keep your guns out and just backstab whatever players are left. Do something along with you.
Ooh.
Man, getting dropped like flies out there, Dave.
Ooh, that's Hyper actually, though. With the third party who are now in the zone down there in the south. So the question of the game, who will finish top 3? It's a no-brainer to pick the Chosen. I'm going with Hyper here, playing Gatekeeper down here in the south up against Wall Street Bets and BOPE.
I'd have to go with the Chosen as well. I mean, they have the most prime position up there. No one's touching them. The circle shifted in a way where it's like everybody's just going to funnel down to the low ground more than likely.
Mm-hmm. Rushy. If you can recall, Rushy had the 4th most damage dealt yesterday. Just
not a lot of eliminations, so.
Not a lot of eliminations, exactly. So definitely a clutch player here. Knows how to hit them shots. Will be a solo right now in the grass. Wall Street Bets opting to drive up north, hugging the blue. Nate is still alive. The solo from the Panthers. Looks like Wall Street Bets were able to find a boulder for the time being, but they got a duo to deal with from Hyper, at least, right on top of them. And now look at this. The pressure is forcing them to go back towards QZZ on the shoreline. Great pressure.
Sure.
Great pressure from Hyper though here, Zute.
Yeah. The pressure is definitely working out for Hyper. That is exactly what Hyper wanted to do, to bait the players back down. But I mean, I feel like Wall Street Bets, it's tough. Do you go uphill and fight uphill and expose your backs, or do you go downhill to try and take care of your back?
Yeah.
But then you're going out not towards the zone. So in Hyper, that 2-2 split done so beautifully well. Wall Street Bets just didn't know what to make of it.
Yeah, and I also appreciate how Hyper, they don't get greedy, right? They get their damage done, they get their 1 elim, and then immediately pull back and play back towards the zone. You know, they don't opt to stay out there and wait to see if another Wall Street Bet member makes their approach down there. So Hyper definitely playing this one smart, playing the zone, as we are going to be looking at YKG. They're going to be right at the doorstep of Stellar, right beneath them from the Chosen. They did lose 1 in the mix. YKG 6 elims, 3 up, and Hyper 5 elims, 4 up.
And Hyper, this could be a huge game for them, even though they don't have the high ground. They have 4 players up, though. And in Hyper, they're playing the Sanhok very, very well. Usually, you know, Sanhok is all about run and gun, a lot of chaos, getting caught by snakes in the grass as always.
Yeah.
But they employed a lot of strategy. And the double, I'm wide in the open, so I may as well just hold my ground. And he peeked into a double peek right there. I mean, honestly, what else do you do? If you have no cover, just stand your ground and get your teammate looking the same direction and just get ready to fire when the head peeks over. Worked out perfectly.
YKG, the duo's ability to quickly react, though, right there is definitely impressive. Able to survive. QB, the last one up for Wall Street Bets. Golden Eagles have Stranger, who has been healing in the blue for a hot minute. Look at them as they make their approach uphill. Almost there. Almost there, Stranger. You got this. You got this. Gaji spotted from Stranger from behind in the blue. Talk about playing spoiler right now to the Chosen. And got the heal off. Zute and got the heal.
What a play. What a play. The Chosen now down to 3. Strangers makes it in.
In the zone.
The IGL himself.
Bad man.
He's just going to IGL himself. His team is dead, but he's like, I'm going to make this happen for us.
Suppig is so scared right now.
Oh, yeah. He's
So scared.
shaking.
Somewhat split too. So it's essentially a 1v1 up there, Zute. Stranger versus Suppig.
Yeah. Stranger could make a lot happen because the Chosen have a ton of pressure on them. You got YKG, you got N-Hyper. N-Hyper is more focused with due to the positions with against YKG, but with the split that the Chosen's doing, like you mentioned, they're essentially all isolated players except for the 2 on the high ground.
And the next circle goes up, awning right there, smack in the middle. Stranger still going to be in the back line. Suppig going to be looking towards their back, making sure not to be backstabbed. As Fierce pushing up just a little bit. And Hyper looking to make a play. 4 teams to go, Zute. 4 teams to go. Stellar. Are we going to look for that highlight moment, the highlight play from them? If Stellar opts to drop down for the spray down, Chico has their number in the pocket immediately right there. So probably not going to be the play.
And there's Fierce and Joey side by side. The dynamic duo. Definitely the 2, out of all the players of YKG, that duo, close range, the deadliest.
Ooh.
Nate's coming in.
Yeah, I like this.
I feel like this is going to be YKG's game, I feel like. They're going to take over this high ground. TC, with that split, I just feel like there's no way to stop it. Unless Suppig comes in with a nasty off angle and gets a double knock off the rip.
Yeah, we can see their little triangles here. They're not really looking towards Suppig's location when we are talking about YKG. So Suppig with the Groza and level 3 helmet can definitely play spoiler, as YKG probably going to be tunnel vision just a little bit up there onto Stellar. They're hugging the clip. Suppig popping up. Oh, missing the initial shot, but still connecting onto Joey right there.
Where's the follow-up?
No follow-up.
Stellar
didn't even move a muscle.
Man, that's just that's team synergy, just completely missing. Like your teammates telling you, I have to make a move up here. I can maybe get one. I need you to follow up.
Didn't even move a muscle, Zute.
Yeah, Stellar was like, you're on your own, man.
Yeah.
I'm in zone.
I'm in the zone. What are you doing?
I'm chilling.
Now let's see. And Hyper trying to take out awning up there. Stellar might provide the cover fire support now. Overlooking kindness. GK First is in the back line, though. Might be able to spot them out. Stranger is still alive, by the way, from the Golden Eagles. Still alive, still big chilling up there. Might place top 3. Now Stellar looking to defend as YKG had enough of this, Zute. They're looking to take out Stellar's high ground position.
Stellar now just have to cow down, down to the low ground, give all control up to YKG. YKG looking really nice right now. Stranger's still in the game.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think the Chosen just lost track of Stranger back here. They're not even looking in this direction.
Oh, I mean, they're way more concerned with YKG, that's for sure. Yeah, Stranger's just playing quiet here. He sees the next zone, just trying to figure out, doing some geometry. Can I sneak into the next zone without having to fight anyone? YKG, they're hungry. They're looking for everyone.
Ooh.
They have no idea about Stranger.
Oh.
Rock climbing.
Okay.
Put on those rock climbing. Can he get into zone? Oh, there is zone on the low ground.
Yeah, right there.
He just dropped down.
Oh, Stranger. Good try, though. Good try.
Oh.
You love to see it. Respect right there. Awning with the SK-12. Not even able to take a shot right there. Fears immediately spotting them out. As you mentioned, YKG looking to close this one out. They have the numbers advantage now, as they just got done a wrap around the north here, trying to play cleanup. And Hyper still at the bottom ledge here. Downhill, but this is it. It's going to start to close up here very shortly and center up, Zute. This is it.
This last zone.
Last zone.
So in hyper, they do have more priority over the actually, YKG have already made it low grounded. I love how they leave Fears up here as just, he gets the opening. That's all he really needs. And he makes it down.
Massive.
1v3. I don't think he has time to get the revive. Nope. DBS coming in. He gets one. Oh, he almost got the second. The HP bar went to red. That DBS almost clutched it out. But ultimately, YKG come out on top. On Sanhok, arguably their best map.
The two titans in the lobby, YKG and Hyper, first and second place right there, showing up when it matters. The Chosen, shout out to them. Shout out to Stranger, honestly, clutching it out right there, getting those additional placement points. And if I'm not mistaken, at least 2 more elim points. But going back to talent predictions, hey, 2 for 2, Zute. I'm just putting it out there, my man. YKG, winner, chicken air with 11 elims here.
YKG, man. I just gotta go with YKG every time it's Sanhok. They won yesterday's Sanhok too. So
that they did.
How many Sanhok games has YKG won? That'd be if you know it in the chat, drop it. I think Jason could probably pull up the stats by the time we move back to the desk. But yeah, YKG definitely so dominant. Nate's putting in a lot of work though for the Panthers. So even though it wasn't a really good game for the Panthers, we saw what happened early on. He put in some points for the team, so maybe they could keep that momentum going just a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to find consistent points today, I think, is the name of the game. Shout out to Yemen as well. The solo on the bridge camp from SLR showing up here, getting some elim points. You'll love to see it. Hopefully that can kickstart them in the right direction moving forward for the rest of day 2. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Monica and Jason after the break.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Man, I said in our little group chat, there's no way the Chosen loses this with the position they have. But I guess I forgot about YKG taking the high ground from them, as they must have chugged down a monster in that match from the last as well, because they were looking for names and they were taking it, just like having a duck in a barrel, whatever that meant.
Whatever,
Dave.
Whatever nonsense Dave just said. Yeah, the Chosen, they literally just didn't give any fight to YKG. It was like they're on a school ground and the bullies on the school ground was like, no, I want to play on the swing side, and then they just like walked off, right? There was like literally no fights to defend themselves, just gave the high ground to YKG as they rolled up behind them. And as you can see on the overall stats, the winner chicken dinner, YKG, and also getting 11 elimination points. So unfortunately they weren't the high, unfortunately it wasn't last match's prediction of who would have the most eliminations, because we all would have won this one with YKG.
Well, I didn't pick YKG, so I would have lost it. And Dave also didn't pick YKG, so
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. The fantastic match out of them there, as we saw the Chosen only coming in 4th though when it comes to points, which is kind of disappointed again with the position they had. It's not very often you see teams lose holding from up there when you have the zone shift in that direction. But again, looking down the rest, Laser Reflex, 3 points. Again, it's an improvement, but it's not going to be enough for them to claw back the lead that they need to get into top 16. I don't want to call it. I mean, there's still obviously mathematically a chance for them to catch up, but realistically, it's probably not happening, Monica.
Yeah, it's not great when 3 points is an improvement, when the average points is 0, 1 points and such like that. But YKG just going off once again. Fear's leading, or actually, Chico actually leading the way this time with most damage, eliminations, pretty balanced across the board. Just everyone just doing their part to perform as a team and get the chicken dinner.
I was really hoping when we saw YKG poising for a push onto the high ground there, that it was Supig, who was off to the side, who picked up a crate. He had a Garoza, was just going to mow them down. And I swear I heard Monica scream so loud saying, hit a shot! And he just couldn't seem to lock it down. Let's take a look at our predictions, though, throughout the day before we head into the match. As you can see, it's about 30 seconds to go. I mean, we'll see. Is that Monica in last? What?
Whatever. If this was including yesterday's, we would be tied right now. Okay, I think across, except Zute because he's in dead last. But it's still only 2 matches. There's still 3 ample opportunities to put some predictions up there,
and 3 opportunities to lose too. Let's go over to our commentators though to hop us into our 3rd match of the day here with again Mustache David Zute in just a second, because it's going to be another exciting match. We're not wait for Vikendi to come up, but we're going to be going to Erangel first. So we can't go to that just yet, but I believe we can go to game right now. So take it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 here. Get the UC wall top. Let's see, Zute, you were on to something. Last game ended with 7-6, so we can confirm it is, in fact, a fresh code.
Different. Yeah, it ends with Ska this time. Ska. Back onto Erangel. Man, we had Miramar to start off and then a crazy game of Sanhok. Now, Dave, I'm telling you, man, this Erangel game is going to be extra spicy. I just feel like when you start off on Erangel, the players are still kind of getting warmed up. And when you start on a map like Miramar or Sanhok, players instantly just get their blood pumping. We'll see what happens this one. Playing path, very nice for everybody involved.
Yeah, it looks like the Panthers will be sitting out here on this map. Big sad for myself, because this is where they really excelled yesterday with their vehicle strategy. Just that controlled chaos, using those vehicles for those entry-level knocks and the surprise attacks, which was just beautiful to see. A 19 elim winner chicken dinner. 2nd place when it comes to best chickens here. I believe it was YKG with 21. I believe Jason mentioned yesterday, so not too shabby. Dope Slayers, though. Dope Slayers, team mobility, looking like they're clashing a little bit. I see Angry Amateurs up there and Georgia Pool. Very, very interesting early start to this match here, Zute.
Yeah, a lot of teams up there. Definitely due to playing path, of course. Should be okay, though. A lot of loot to go around. And as for rotating, they might get caught on each other just a little bit. there's more than enough room to move around. Circle is on that western side as well, so that plane path will complement the circle. A lot of teams will be able to take some time to loot up there. As for the teams on the east, if they want to prioritize somewhere more central, they might have to loot a little bit faster.
SLR, we saw last game, Yemen with the bridge cam tripling their points here so far in the tournament. Looks like they're going to be separated again here this game. Looks like all these players might just be on their solo missions like we were kind of chatting about earlier on, looking for some individual highlightable moments as they wind down their tournament. But that gap, man, that gap on the overalls when it comes to trying to break into that top 16. Because remember, this week, top 16 is the goal. And there's two main storylines. You got those teams fighting for that 15th and 16th position. Then you got those teams at the top fighting for those bonus points, because top 8 is rewarded bonus points heading into the finals here, Zute.
I get them bonus points, especially if you're looking to make that top 5, right? I believe in the finals, that 5th place, that cutoff, there's going to be only a couple points difference. And that couple points could come in right now, depending on how well you do for those bonus points. So teams are definitely fighting for a lot here. Some teams still, you know, fighting just to make it into the finals.
Yeah.
That's still going on.
Definitely. These teams like Puppeteer, T-Mobility, Skills of Mind, they are in that top 16. We had to name a team that might be in the danger zone right now. It has to be Excuse. Excuse, that 16th place team. Right behind them, BOPE Esports and Angry Amateurs. So when we look at teams most likely looking to leapfrog Excuse, has to be BOPE and Angry Amateurs. What's your take on that, though? Do you think BOPE or Angry Amateurs have what it takes here, Zute, as the week number 3 winds down? Do you think they have what it takes to overtake Excuse? Like, is Excuse doing just well enough to maintain?
I'd have to go with, oh man.
It's a tough one.
It's hard.
It's a tough one.
It is. Because when teams are fighting for tournament lives, the nearer and nearer we get to the final day, that's when, you know, we'll be able to figure out, okay, what kind of team is this under pressure? It's the second day, so it's getting close to that, but I don't feel like it's just yet, right? SLR, on the other hand, it's like, depending on how well they do today, it's like, well, no, we could definitely see a change. They're playing way more aggressive than we've ever seen them play. Getting into early game fight with Puppeteers, and I think that was it. That was it. 4 points for Puppeteers. Puppeteers always somehow finding these early game fights. And SLR, man, I don't think, I don't think they got it.
Yeah, might have punched their ticket, but with that in mind, they might be opting to go for these more spicier plays, riskier plays, because they literally have nothing to lose at this point. And I believe that's kind of what we're seeing here today. So although these spicier plays, you know, nothing to lose plays might net them some positive points, I think the big takeaway here is what that does to the other teams who really have this shot to qualify. You know, it definitely mixes it up and kind of plays spoiler. So if SLR have the other teams like rotations and drop spots locked down, they can really decide to hunt some teams that might have been a pain in their butt week 1, week 2 here, and really dictate who makes it into that 16th or 15th position here moving forward. So I do appreciate them attempting to spice it up here, Zute.
Team ability on the move here. The Chosen. I wouldn't say through that last game, but they could have done a lot better. They were pretty much gifted the zone, and they kind of just let it go over the side of YKG. I want to see this Chosen team. You mentioned, you know, before we even started the games today, that they were working on some stuff. They're like trying some new things, right? Usually when I hear teams trying some new things without specifying exactly what it is, that to me just says, we don't really know what we're doing. We're going to try some other things that we're not sure exactly what it is, but maybe it'll work, right? That's what it looked like on the Sanhok map. There's no synergy. They didn't try to gatekeep that. They didn't try to just give up the fight entirely. Like, that one player, he should have known, like, moving into that zone, like, I'm going to end up having to fight these guys downhill. So I either have my teammate with me or I don't take this fight at all and loop back down earlier on. So it's just like they're kind of just doing whatever. It's still
Doing whatever and whatever doing. Not looking too good. But then again, they pretty much punched their ticket for the final. So although they are trying to get some additional bonus points, which could definitely help them out, because looking at the bonus points here, we're talking about the Chosen. They have 6 in total. So they're okay when it comes to bonus points, but of course you would want more to kind of cushion the risk of having a bad game or two come finals time, because finals is a sprint, right? When we look at the 3 phases, that's a marathon. So we're towards the end of the marathon, but the finals is definitely a sprint. So a lot more chances to have a rough match and put you down in the slump. So having those additional bonus points will definitely offset that and kind of give you that one excuse card, you know, that one free match to potentially have a bad game. But looking to tighten it up, and talking about tightening it up, get it right, get it tight. The circle circling up, centering up, that is.
Yeah, right
Everybody.
into the heart
Yeah.
of Gaka. It could still, you know, do some sort of heart shift and completely change the lay of the land. But for now, we got a lot of open field. Chopsticks always in play. That's always fun to see. This is only Circle 2, though, so it might look small because we have so many teams, you know, in the circle. But there's still a lot of space to move around. A lot of factors to consider for everybody. And I'm surprised we've lost the full team by the looks of that. It looks like everyone's still alive, all 64 players, but we did, in fact, lose SLR very early on to Puppeteers.
Yeah, a couple points going towards Puppeteers. BOPE looks like they might be in a fight right now with MEZEXIS, as they're going to be fighting their way into that east side of the circle. Now Execute looking to follow up right behind K19. Angry Amateur still in North George, playing this one nice and slow, as we are going to get a nice little glimpse of Trick pulling up to Trip with that UMP. Looks like we just popped into the tail end of this fight with BOPE. So BOPE, they are that team in 17th position on the overalls, looking to overthrow Excuse here. They've been somewhat scared in their playstyle here, in my opinion. Here's Zute. They're not really looking to make plays. I feel like they're more or less looking to survive for that late game, but it's not working out here, at least from what we've seen today.
Hopefully they can start picking things up a little bit. A lot of these teams near the bottom, it's hard to, it's actually hard for them to make a decisive decision, right? When you're like super far down, like SLR, it's like, okay, we gotta fight, we gotta get points. But teams that are just like, we could just survive and squeak our way in, right? Because if they try new things or they try to get aggressive, there's a reason why they're kind of further down in the first place. It's because, you know, they're not at that caliber yet. So it's like they kind of just have to squeeze their way in, and it makes it very difficult for them to make some decisive decisions.
Wow. Execute with the heads-up play. They knew Angry Amateurs were going to use this bridge to rotate into the zone. They were playing this one nice and slow. Angry Amateurs doing just that. Now in the blue. Supra still alive
Execute.
down there on the shoreline.
Yeah,
Shocked
this
to
Execute
jump in the
team
water.
definitely is not shy of bridge camping. We've seen Execute on week 1, bridge camp. But on the southern side of things, military base. So not too surprising that they're bridge camping this time on the north side on George Pool when they saw so many parachutes come down around them, right? And we get the next circle shift. It is going to go towards the mountain side, down towards that southwest of Gaka. Puppeteers in a very strong position there. And Hyper, they're going to get dead center at those compounds. So this is starting to shape up to be an explosive finish. Some high ground, low ground, hard cover, everything in the mix. And the open fields too, right to the west of Gaka.
Yeah.
That could be where the circle ends.
And you can really tell like the skill gap here in the lobby, because you saw a couple of teams before the circle even popped. They were already in their vehicles, ready to go, gassed up, juiced up, while other squads like Wanted Vigilantes, Phoenix Esports, they were not in vehicles. They were not prepared. K19 not prepared to reposition. And now they're going to be late to the party, essentially, while these other teams got the jump on them to reposition, like you mentioned, and Hyper dead center now. Something to always look for here as MEZEXIS. Sharks in the water. Circling the shack.
Literally. And Peralta.
It's a 1v1 though.
Peralta saw him. Backup is coming.
Got him.
Or maybe Peralta doesn't need it.
No
the
need.
supporting fire line from his duo. A little bit slow. Didn't really catch Peralta. They should look to take this player out.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a solo. He just gave away his position. MEZEXIS, they're on the edge. So they might be a little bit wary of another team coming into that edge side. So they don't want to split up. So maybe they will back off for a little bit. But they can deal with that player once a couple more, seconds, minute passes by, and no one comes behind them. You're going to give that point up instead.
Wow.
You're just going to play the zone.
Interesting.
It's not a bad idea, because you'll never know what happens if you scout up a little bit more just 1 minute earlier. And I don't think MEZEXIS is in a position where they're like desperate for points.
Yeah.
So they could give that 1 point up.
The thing is, I would just hate for that 1 point to turn into an actual player backstabbing them moving forward. Keeping them back there, because they're going to be in that general area, but as things continue to unfold and the chaos unravels, you kind of lose sight. You kind of forget about the solo behind you sometimes in the midst of the chaos. So
That's very true.
Why not take out that risk while you can? So we'll see as we move forward here. MEZEXIS now going to be really close. Peralta scouting up against Hyper. Wanted Vigilantes, couple pot shots back and forth with the dope Slayers. We did have some action in the north as K19 getting pieced up from Execute and dope Slayers. The K19.
Look at that execute spread.
That right there is
northwestern
a
side,
gatekeep for sure.
Uh-huh.
Next circle.
Ooh, circle.
Another
That's
shift to Reno.
That's a shift to Reno and a half. Takes away all the high ground. That's for sure. We have like the hilly area south of Gaka, but that's pretty much it. Back to the northwest, where a lot of the teams do have to make a move now. K19 and Wanted, neither team in zone. Both teams kind of got themselves stuck on one another. Puppeteers found themselves in the execute gatekeep trap. One player goes down. Surely another player is gonna push in now. Fate passing over the comms, the info. There's only one up. That nade could be good. Does not hit. Fate jumps in by himself.
Boom. Confirmed. Are they going to make the same mistake twice? Looks like Jason trying to cook this grenade. Gonna be tossed the grenade in the open, getting chunked up right there.
Oh, another shot from another Puppeteer player. And everything is falling apart because, they could get a reset.
Yeah.
But if they were doing this against a better, like a higher tier team and not the Puppeteers, they all go down here. They will get fully punished. Okay. I mean, they're still getting punished.
Yeah. Fate, do something. Gonna be gatekeeping.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got the blue on his side.
Yep. Just waiting.
It's just Drago. It's just Drago.
Puppeteers 5 limbs here. Just Drago, like you mentioned. Looks like before that fight erupted, we saw K19 tossing out some smokes, looking for a potential push onto Wanted Vigilantes, but it looks like instead of doing that, they just yeeted it all the way down west. Okay, they're approaching the south area now. They're able to find some cover for the time being, but they are going to be sandwiched right between Hyper and YKG. So K19, rough position. They have some hard cover for now here, Zute.
That's the worst sandwich to be in.
Yeah.
Those two teams.
I wouldn't want to be near those two teams, but, they're alive for now. So look on the bright side. Faye actually popping in a vehicle, playing the zone, not waiting it out for Drago. Interesting.
I mean, he took down another player just now. Took down wanted Vigilantes. So picking up points still. Didn't fully gatekeep. Maybe Drago, you know, had too many meds or was just sitting in the blue to the point where Faye might have went down to the blue himself if he didn't leave. Back to end hyper here. This is pretty center zone. And, oh, field play. Dope. This is the north side of Gakka on the edge. Yeah, there we go. Execute eliminated.
Well, the gatekeepers being gatekept themselves eventually. See what they can accomplish moving forward as all these players just preparing to see where this next circle takes us. And Hyper, off center, YKG on the edge. Looking to potentially push up north and just clean it up a little bit. Next circle does pop, so MEZEXIS have the east, Skills of Mind the south, and Hyper off center. Question of the game, Zute. Question of the game. What is the question of the game? What team will win the map? That's my question of the game.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough one.
I mean, position-wise, got to get it to end hyper, but I feel like YKG, yeah, we see it right here. If YKG can break into this zone with 4... Okay, well, I'm going with end hyper then. YKG down to 3, which is still very dangerous, but they got a 4-man end hyper. Another nade.
Oh!
Oh!
Joey.
YKG eating nades for breakfast right now.
Joey, last one alive, but look at this. N Hyper pushing up on the opposite end here. Third partying this, Zute. Being proactive here. YKG, Joey found, tagged and bagged. Kindness cooking this grenade, looking to toss through that little tiny window. Poppy Sour, the spotty sense is going off, but QZZ wrapping around, catching Legend on the outskirts. Now it's up to Poppy Sour on the second story. Tail between the legs. And Hyper looking to clean this one up, looking to take the position before Dope Slayers opt to third party this one. And there goes Poppy Sour. K19 and YKG taken out. Chopped in half right there, Zute.
You know, and Hyper went super aggressive. The second one of the YKG members was confirmed. That's when they saw on the elimination feed, oh, that's YKG, and they just lost the player. Because I mean, we've seen N Hyper third party, but that right there, that looked hyper aggressive out of N Hyper. They're a little more methodical typically, but they really want to take out YKG if they can. They know that's a dangerous team to have as the neighbors, as the chosen, pulling up, getting shut down here. Shotguns galore, DBS in hand.
Oh,
Yep.
Blinky.
That's it.
Don't walk through the doorway up against a no-barrel shotgun. Just don't do it. Not a good idea. As what team will win the map? Chat, let us know, because all of the casters and devs picking N Hyper after seeing that push that you were just talking about, Zute. But they are being a little overly aggressive here this game, so hopefully that's not their demise when it comes to winning the chicken.
I don't ever mind an overly aggressive and hyper team. We always see them play very slow, methodical, never overly aggressive, and sometimes that's just what it takes to get the job done. One player up from Dope. He should be going down pretty quickly here. And Hyper pulling up, 2-2 split. One to get the revive. Smokes goes down. I don't think they have the full info that Dope is down to 1. Otherwise, they would probably just finish that fight first. So playing it on the more cautious side here.
Pick me up, coach. Pick me up. Nesquik is like, where are you leaving me? Like, why are you leaving me back here? Okay. Well.
And
yeah.
That's Dope out.
And then Rin actually ran over Nesquik. Yeah. So, interesting. As we're looking at more interesting plays. Inactive from MEZEXIS, pulling up onto Skills of Mind. DP, letting it rip, letting it spray through the smokes.
Nice shots.
Trick from behind. The crossfire right there, Zute.
MEZEXIS playing the zone really well. They've had the zone on their backside, on the edge, every circle, pretty much. We saw them on this hill way earlier. So they're clearing their backs. They just, you know, first gave it up to be in a better position to do so, and it's working out in space. 9 eliminations for them. We're down to 3 teams.
Yeah.
3 4-man teams this early on.
Zone
a lot
6.
of space left on the map. It's a 3-way chess game almost. Hyper, The Chosen, and MEZEXIS.
Yeah. The thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if we still go to Circle 9. That's the... you know what? I think Hyper probably aren't going to play this one super slow and look to maybe close out, as they are going to be getting a ton of angles there and sight lines. But MEZEXIS and The Chosen most likely going to clash here next. And I think when that happens, Hyper push. Third party.
Yep.
Clean it up.
And Hyper's definitely gonna, look for more angles and just maybe even choke the 2 teams out. They have majority control of the circle. So they don't have to even really push into them. They could just set it up so that next circle shift force the 2 teams to come into them. Chosen. Swing down the low ground. Spreading out a little bit. MEZEXIS controlling that hilltop. Getting a lot of vision. But a lot of it is obscured by these sloping hills.
Very interesting seeing Kindness and QZZ take shots up there towards the north. Maybe even baiting almost their opponents to let them think that they're in an engagement themselves so that they could pull up and try to third party here.
Might be the play. Might be.
I can't imagine what else they would be taking shots at up there. Maybe some bushes if they're looking for solos, but they unloaded at least
I
2
think so.
magazines.
You can never be too sure of the bushes, man. In zones like these, there's always usually like one solo somewhere out there behind some hay bale. And Hyper just being extra cautious. I mean, what else are you gonna do, right?
Yeah.
They're waiting for the 2 teams to engage. They see, 12 players left alive, meaning 8 enemies because they have 4 up themselves. There's not a lot of chaos, not a lot of commotion happening, so they're just waiting at this point.
Yeah, I'm just hoping QZZ isn't spotted and confirmed on that off angle, because they're going to be somewhat separated right now from Kindness Rin, as GK First is holding down the south right now. But it looks like Sup Pig trying to get involved, doing some scouting with their buggy. Gaji was going for that crate, pieced up just a little bit, but Sup Pig is getting awfully antsy right now, Zute.
QZZ actually went into the fields, so yeah, that's why they were shooting into the fields. They were being extra safe, clearing it out for QZZ to play on the off angle. But the knock did happen for the side of the Chosen. They're pushing up. They're going aggressive.
Remix.
Getting really close. The Sup Pig run over. Hello. Taking page out of the Panthers. DBS, he goes down. Oh, man. Sup Pig is just driving around everywhere, getting almost everyone. But here comes Hyper setting up. Not exactly pushing out into them, but setting up to gatekeep. Oh,
and
actually pushing out over the top. The high ground and Hyper. They love this position. They get 1. QZZ on the flank. Look at him in the distance. That's 2. Make it 3. Trade comes back. Sup Pig. He needs both of these players because he's got QZZ on his backside. He's got to get this one.
Yes,
QZZ.
The vehicle just got yeeted in the air right there. Was that QZZ just straight up sending it above him? No way.
He just flew in the sky.
Oh, Sup Pig is putting in work, clocking in with the SK-12. QZZ hitting that nitrous, just flying over the heads right there of the Chosen. Now QZZ, the last one alive. 1v1. QZZ cooking this grenade, tossing that grenade, has the intel, looking for the perfect cook right there. Sup Pig pulling back just a little bit in the smokes. We got a little grenade battle happening right here. A 1v1 though. It comes down to this, Zute.
Yeah, Sup Pig doesn't have time to heal at all. Yeah, those nades are raining in. Those nades are good.
Boom! Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I need an instant replay on QZZ because we saw Sup Pig with the SK-12 going ba-bum, pump, pump, pump. And then next thing you know, you and I, we see the vehicle just go whoom, over the head.
I was like,
I thought it got blown up.
I was like, where's QZZ setting up? He needs to go quick. He needs to get in that fight now. His teammate's going down. Next thing I see, a car in the air. QZZ overshoots it. And did he drive into a grenade as he's about to hit like some type of slope? And we need a QZZ POV if we can.
I think Jason confirmed we're going to attempt to get that replay I do appreciate though that off angle from QZZ that we were kind of mentioning before that whole fight unfolded. Such a crucial role, and it really came down to timing and just the fact that they were able to make it look so good at the end. But shout out to Suppig holding it down themselves with the SK12, man, putting in a lot of work here. Almost winning.
That was a back-to-back 4v4 for them. They took out one team of 4 right into another team of 4 with 1 flanking with 3 on the high ground as well. Yeah, I think Suppig definitely held that down for the team. Great game for the Chosen. I was just giving them, you know, some chop for that last game on Sanhok, but hey, they brought it back for this one. And there's still more games to go, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Man, QZZ is really starring the new Fast and Furious movie there, making his car fly. Well, I said it first, though, Monica. That's the advantage of being a host. But also, the advantage of picking in Hyper here is they lock themselves a win and get this all a prediction point. But honestly, the Chosen, we're talking about them yesterday and today, they have massively stepped up, and a desperately perfect time to do so, considering they were on a downward trend for the event. But that was a ridiculous finish as well. I'm happy in Hyper 1 because I predicted them, but my heart feels for the Chosen.
I'm glad we got to see the replay of what happened there, because all I saw was this car falling from the sky, and I thought something really went wrong. But it just how he ramped up over that little hill, and just the perfect timing with the grenade exploding as well just sent him flying up into the air. But yeah, that was a pretty funny moment. But despite all that, and Hyper, I think, super aggressive push at the end there, third partying, and we all got a little bit nervous because all 4 of us predicted Hyper would win the match, and it got down to the 1v1. We're all sweating a little bit, but we shouldn't have doubted. They're still able to clutch it up.
Monica, I'm sorry, I have to give you spoilers. I never doubted that Hyper would close out even in a 1-on-2. Full on fake into them. Let's actually see this clip again of QZZ flying, popping out his wings and taking that car to the sky, or at least I'm assuming that's what we're going to be watching here, because that was a good timing of events, let's say.
A series of fortunate events for us, but unfortunate for QZZ.
The worst part is he has to sit here and watch his teammates just die, but he gets the chance to heal off, right? He gets the chance to actually get a nade. He gets a double nade onto the Suppig to get the knock and to close things out. And that's just the power of Hyper and what they can be. Oh my god, that's some air.
What if when it landed, it exploded? How mad do you think Hyper would have been?
Probably not too mad, to be fair, because they're still looking like the #1 team in the lobby at the moment. If we look at overalls, I think they're still way over #1. But we have to take a look at actually their competitor at the moment, and it's going to be YKG. As you take a look at how we've actually, I even forgot what this is specifically about. It's Hyper today on the left versus YKG yesterday, because YKG had the massive day with like 80 plus points, almost 90 points. And they're up on eliminations already, Monica.
Yeah, and Hyper, do they have, remind me, do they have 1 or do they have 2 more matches to go?
They should have...
I think 1.
They have to play again. I can confirm that. But I don't remember, actually.
So they so they're
haven't
already
sat yet, so they have 1 more.
Yeah, so already they are almost equal to where YKG is, and if you look at their damage more specifically, it's almost astronomical how more efficient NHyper is with the damage they're dealing and then quickly finishing those up, or they're coming up to a different fight. There's already knocked players. This is things we've seen them do in seasons past, where they just take the elimination while this player is knocked, and just, again, very efficient with their damage, being able to convert a lot of those to their points while conserving ammo, versus YKG, who has, what was it, 6,000 damage to only 34 eliminations.
Well, I do want to say this about NHyper before we take a look at the Chosen, is the fact that they really have nothing to lose right now. I think one of the greatest plays of that match actually was their third party on a K19 up against YKG, because they kind of popped in at the perfect time. I think YKG had like 2 or 3 people down, and they're able to help clean up everything in that section. And let's be honest, right now, what we've seen these last 2 weeks and 2 days is that the only competition they have is YKG. So perfect time for them to show up there. As we take a look now, this is the Chosen yesterday versus the Chosen today. Now, the stats, I think, are a little bit misleading. The Chosen didn't look too good yesterday, as they've had some ridiculous placings so far today. I mean, they came in, I believe, 2nd place in this last match here. Coming into today, if I can do my math correctly, they only had 23 points, and they've easily surpassed that so far.
Yeah, remember yesterday they only had 1 good match, and it was their Vikendi. They ended up 2nd with 9 eliminations. Minus that, and you can see 9 eliminations. So over half of their points came from just that 1 match, or actually majority of their points came from that 1 match, versus today, where they've already almost caught up to that, and they still have, I believe, 2 more matches, because I think they were out the first match, so they still have 2 more matches to go to really go. So they were starting to go on the downward trend, but I think they heard us, Jason, and they're like, we got to turn it around for Jason and Monica, and start to perform better today.
If you didn't say that, I was gonna say, yeah, they heard me, and they're like, we can't make Jason sad, but you slid yourself in there like that. Let's take a look actually at overalls really quickly, get an idea of where the teams do stand. YKG still going to be in the lead, though, at 93 points, but NHyper have surpassed the Panthers, who, well, I guess they got declawed from yesterday to today, because they have lost their bite, they've lost their scratch. They are now in 3rd place. But the Chosen up to 47 already doubling the points they had on day 1. Already accomplishing the points they had day 1, I should say.
I mean, 3 chicken dinners will obviously help you a lot, yeah, it can't hurt you. It can only help you, sort of thing. But the elimination points for NHyper it's pretty darn close. It's only 2 eliminations away. So YKG, they're really putting the priority on the placement, especially with this new system. Getting the getting in the good placements, but also getting the good eliminations. But NHyper they're 1 good game shy of jumping up over YKG.
Yeah, and both these 2 teams do have the 1 match left to go, but we have a couple of other teams here with 2 left to go. You know, BOPE, I'm looking at them. This is one of the teams on that bubble. They were in 17th place on our overalls at the start of the day. They need to start picking up some points here to have a chance to break back into top 16 and maybe hold on to top 16. Excuse is another one of those teams. Skills of Mind, Super Laser Reflex, Metaphor, all of these teams right now desperately need as many points as possible. But Super Laser Reflex, I'll give them this. 0 placement points, but 10 elimination points. They clearly came into this day with a plan, Monica.
Yeah, and the plan was to shoot at everybody as we can and eliminate them out of the lobby. So I like to see a little more aggression from them. We saw some questionable plays from them yesterday. So they probably took the night off, you know, just really, and then came in, maybe a video review this morning, and then got it together. And you know, at least we can say they can shoot their guns if their rotations aren't that great.
For me, what's important is I think they understand the situation they're in, and they're trying to do something about it. I'm never a big fan of teams who are like, okay, well, we're probably not going to qualify for finals, just keep playing the same way we've been playing. No, you got to make that change. Maybe they did it a little bit too late. Maybe in week 2, that's something they should have looked forward to doing then, and then trying to see if it can carry through. But at least they're putting up some eliminations now. It's just about kind of combining those eliminations, having clean eliminations and clean fights, and then use that to propel yourself into some placement points. But one team that we did talk quite highly of yesterday and at the start of the day is the Panthers. But I'm curious, let's check in on other stats have been from yesterday to today. And we can see, unfortunately, not really able to live up to that as they have, I believe, just one match left.
Yeah, where we saw some teams like the Chosen rise up. That does, of course, mean some teams need to fall down. And the Panthers, I mean, they had that insane game in Vikendi. They got the chicken dinner and they got 19. Was it Vikendi or is it no, I think it was Erangel. It was Erangel.
Yeah.
It was Erangel. They got the chicken dinner and 19 eliminations and had just a wonderful day. And then today is just hasn't really made anything of it. Only 7 eliminations the entire day across 2 or 3 matches that they played.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have not so good days. Let's see our schedule here with what we have left to come. You can see on your screen we have Vikendi to come up next, but Group B will be sitting out. But we still have another Erangel to come after that. So who is in Group B? Who is the teams that are going to be sitting out here on Vikendi? I think you mentioned Hyper will be playing this one. Yeah, we can see here this is their final match.
Ooh.
And they don't have YKG to contend with here. So, Monica, does this mean you're picking Hyper this match?
I don't know. I mean, Vikendi is their second best map right after Miramar. So I think it's a safe bet, but well, I want to see. I want to get a little more information first. We'll do a little more scouting of how this circle is going to end up, and we're going to see it before we make our predictions, Jason.
Well, what you can't see is I can see in our group chat she already put Hyper
What?
to win this match.
I've been hacked.
But in the meantime, you guys can let us know about your favorite plays. You can also let us know your favorite teams and obviously your favorite anything, even if it's related to food. If it's actually related to food, definitely send it my way. You have the hashtag PMPL NA whenever you do make the post. Maybe we'll show it on the show. But one thing we are going to show on the show now is our commentators, because we have a few seconds till we get into our 4th match of the day, Mustache Dave and Zute.
What team will have the most eliminations on this Vikendi map? That is the question. Just putting it out there right now for you to get ready. But Zute, another thing that we have with this tournament, we have the bonus cash, if I'm not mistaken. The standout moment, I'm telling you, that QZZ play was my standout moment. So hopefully they'll be in the running for that bonus cash. But let's get into Vikendi, Zute.
Yeah, into Vikendi we go. And of course, always with the giveaways. Another 600 UC giveaway up for grabs for everyone. Enter that code in quick, because it's probably gone by now if you haven't already claimed it. And standout moment, man, Dave, there's been a lot. I don't know if you saw in the first week, but Joey did an amazing 1v1 clutch chicken dinner. And that was the game that YKG got 20 eliminations, the record so far. That was oh man, there's so many good moments. That QZZ one though,
Yeah.
definitely in the books as well. It's hard, man. It's hard to pick a favorite moment.
Yeah, I get the play though. QZZ tried to get the run over, and if they would have, there would have been the game. You know, it was a 1v1 at that point. That would have been the winner chicken dinner. But just the fact that they missed it by a hair, and then they had
Launched
to like
into
jump
the air.
Yeah, into the air. They had to jump out and then heal up. You know, that's impressive. You know, and then won. You know, then won at the end, of course. So I don't know, man. You don't see that very often. So let us know in the chat, what is your standout moment? Tweet at PMPL NA, baby.
Man, I just got I think Jason got hacked, man. He
Jason
said his
got
favorite
hacked.
Yeah, his favorite moment is whenever Zute is on camera.
Aww.
That's too sweet. Too sweet for Jason. But I guess he's got to balance it out as Draco balances the HP bar down to 0 on that player with the DBS. Oh, here comes the pow pow. The pow pows raining in. BOPE, you were saying it seemed like they were playing a little bit too passive today. Well, they're definitely having to play aggressive now as 2 of their players are down. 3 of their players are down.
No. BOPE.
And oh wait, hold on. BOPE, did he get 2? I heard a lot of shots. Oh, he got a revive. It's not done yet. There's still 1. He's got that DBS. Anything can happen with this gun in hand.
No HP.
It doesn't matter, man.
6.
The other players are basically 1 HP as well if you have a DBS. Revive?
Go for the revive.
2v1. Draco. Crawling around.
Volley.
Hoping his team can do something here. They lost
There you-
1. They're being cautious.
Yeah, looking for a grenade. They're looking for a molly to maybe toss up there and just take them out without running upstairs into the barrel of the DBS here. 3v2 now is what we're looking at. And what's important about this fight, this is Excuse versus BOPE. This is the 16th and 17th place teams on the overall leaderboard. So BOPE need to win this one to continue their shot at qualifying for the finals after this week. X-Straight with the Bison. No hacks. Uzi. Barrel.
Being very cautious. 2 nades. All it takes is 1.
Ooh, rush. Reloading. That has to be a scary sound. That has to be scary
The
sound.
scariest of scary reloads. That is one gun you do not want to hear reloading. They're turtling up. They're holding it down. Yeah, X-Straight
This could be a
finally
good one.
finds. Yeah, he finds the angle with the nade. Gets damage in, but no knock. Last one for X-Straight. This is his last nade. That one should definitely hit somebody.
Boom!
And it does. Here comes the push. No hacks. He's got the DBS though.
Oh!
Gets one. Oh, it's not even the DBS. Wait, Draco coming in play on the other side. The off angle gets it done. But Excuse, they've lost 2 for 4 points. That's a hefty trade-off.
Hefty trade-off, but you know what? They took out BOPE, the team that is hot on the trail,
True.
to overthrow them on the overall leaderboard. So if there was ever a team that you want to take out and risk it, that had to have been the team. Talking about risking it, SLR. SLR making the pull-up onto N-Hyper. GK first tossing a long grenade on a Yemen here. On the boulder, SLR, I am loving this Ute. They are looking to get involved here. They're looking to get into skirmishes early on here. And look who they're fighting. N-Hyper, one of the best teams in the lobby. Dragon Baby connecting onto Kindness. Dragon
Ooh.
Baby still letting that one rip. 9 bullets, though. Not a good look as GK first pulling up onto Yemen with the DBS. Peekaboo saying hello.
Yep.
QZZ, hello, I see you. SLR, okay. Respect.
Gotta go fast. And Hyper, they're a very strong, formidable team, but if you push them very quickly, you might just catch them off guard. And GK first, last up. This is one of the deadlier players of N-Hyper, though. Top fragger from the EU side, coming over to N-Hyper. Can he pull off a 1v4? He got 1. He needs 3 more, and with how aggressive SLR are playing, they're definitely pushing. They're bringing the fight to GK first, whether he likes it or not.
Here they come. Rolling up the ravine. Oh no, there's the boulder. Peekaboo popping out with the UMP. Immediately spotted. Tagged and bagged right there with the DBS. You disrespect GK first. You come to my house, they said. Nah. Not like this, Dragonfly.
Oh my god.
Trying
Nice
to pre-fire
shotgun.
that rock. GK first, cooking a
Oh,
grenade.
it's done.
Cooking
It's
a
over.
grenade. Toss
He's
it,
cooking.
toss it, toss it. Up,
That's
up,
good.
up.
Oh, he runs up. Dragon. Oh, off he
GK
banks it off
first.
the tree. You think that was intentional?
GK first got all 4 limbs.
Yeah. He 1v4'd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another
That's
day at the
GK
office.
first.
Another day at the office. Oh,
I know that makes
the
Jason
Chosen?
happy. Another 1v4?
Don't disrespect me. Don't disrespect me. Doesn't have enough time to get the reload, though. Only 5 slugs. Ready to go.
There's no way. There is no
2
way.
of the chosen players are
Oh,
stuck
okay.
in a vehicle, though. What are they doing?
It's done. It
Okay.
is done.
Okay. Well, that happened. SLR.
Is this Sanhok we're watching, or is this Vikendi? This
Yeah.
is Vikendi, right? 3-way fight. The Panthers, Team Mobility, and Angry Amateurs. This is honestly what I love about Vikendi. Certain games, teams just fight so early on because so many of these fights are isolated. You know, the map's huge. There's a lot of compounds. This one, however, is not isolated. And by the way, we're
By
not
the
even
way.
catching every fight. There's
No.
more fights
Yeah.
happening in the elimination field
Yeah.
that we're not even able to see right now.
Jason over there with the Molotov up against Phoenix. The Panthers down to just a duo. Versa, best mullet NA.
Oh my.
What is happening here, man? Players are definitely feeling it here on this Vikendi map. 3 limbs on to the Panthers. Looks like Execute were able to take out Phoenix, as we saw right there. And Skur, Angry Amateurs, the lone survivor right now.
Yeah. This is even more aggressive and bloody than Sanhok.
Yeah. That's why Vikendi's my favorite map. Only took me 2 years of emailing them. We got it back. We got it back. We got it back. Dope Slayers now going to be making their approach into the zone. Seeing the ELM feed. They're like, hey, it's getting pretty hectic. Golden Eagle's still in the blue all the way out there to the east, playing this one really slow. K19 going to be making their way up in the north. So a couple teams still hovering in the blue outside of the play zone. We'll get back to that because Skills of Mine, 4 up. 4 up, looking to push out Peralta here. Peralta's trying to get onto that rooftop. He's going to be somewhat stuck over here, Dute.
Yeah, he gets tagged up just a little bit there. It's okay for now. Trying to find the angles. Got to check out the sailboats too. Players could be in there too. Yeah. Peralta, he's backed up all the way. All right. Disengaged. They're out of there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams already gone. And this is circle 2. Yep, you gotta love it.
Question of the game: what team will have the most eliminations? Most eliminations here. A couple teams with 4 already, but will they continue? Is the question. Execute, they're in a good spot to potentially gatekeep K19 all the way up there on the coastline of the north part of the zone. We'll see what they can accomplish while we look at Excuse kind of in a trickier situation when it comes to continuing their chaos, as they are going to be near the Chosen. So 2 different teams having a great start to this Vikendi map. 2 additional potential fights looking forward.
We need more Vikendis, man.
Just an all Vikendi PMPL. How about that?
It's a hit or miss, though. Sometimes the Vikendi games are really slow, but that always leads to a really fun finish. And then you get games like this, where it's just like crazy straight out the gate. Honestly, Vikendi, I think it's there's a lot to be had on Vikendi in terms of even at a higher competitive level play. You know, you have a lot of buildings, angles, terrain, random tree cover all throughout the map. Can make for some high level gameplay too. I think we should push for more Vikendi, honestly.
I'll give you the email. So all Vikendi shotguns only. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. That's what Zute wants to see. That's what we shall provide. As looking at the chat, catching up with the chat, couple players rooting on MEZEXIS. Okay. They got 1 elim here this game. Let's see what Execute can do, though. Let's see what they can do. They are playing a little closer together here, Zute. A little tighter knit here. Still going to be somewhat separated, but I believe within range to provide cover fire if needed. So a little closer. They do see K19 up there, so they are aware.
I've never seen Execute grouped up all 4 together, which is not a bad thing. Splits are very strong when done correctly. So they're constantly trying to get their split game down, make it better and better. Of course, that is also their biggest weakness. We've seen time and time again. But, you know, practice makes perfect. They're working on it. Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Not a boat.
Intentional? Not a boat.
Not a boat.
You think that's what came through his head when he drove in there? He drives the car in and it's just like,
let's see.
Man, this is not a boat.
Not a boat. Oh, and look at this. Their teammates in the Dacia that's already smoking has to go pick them up. Oh, hold up, though. Wasted. Letting it cook. And that's what happens when you disrespect the Zima. Let's see if Wasted can connect on another. Not the case here. Skills of Mine. Their teammates lagging behind here, man. Not trying to push up. Their timing just a little off here, Zute.
might bite them in the butt too. And that nade's definitely gonna bite Trex in the butt as he's trying to reposition, goes down. Only 2 up for Skills of Mine, and WALLSTREETBETS, they're feeling confident, they're feeling good. Can even get the revive while the 2 other push for more pressure. Might want to back up just a little bit, yeah. You don't want to take up the straight 2v2, just get close enough to keep the enemies at bay while you get the revive. Skills of Mine getting a revive of their own. Skills of Mine do need to go aggressive because if WALLSTREETBETS reset back to 4 and find some good footing, they could do the pressure and re-push with a better chance at taking them out. We just saw a swimmer. Who was swimming? Oh. Skills of Mine was swimming.
Yeah. You guys got this, right? You guys got this. I'm just going to be right over here. The thing is, time is also not on either of these teams' side because Golden Eagles also making their approach in from the south. So the Golden Eagles might have an opportunity, as we can see on that map, to backstab WALLSTREETBETS. And we'll have to keep tabs with that because K19 on the shorelines, this was that gatekeep we were expecting up against Execute. It's like 2 are down from Execute.
Nice trap. Set up by Execute.
Oh no.
They get a little bit messy. If that nade Hail Marys its way onto Jason.
Ooh.
Oh, catches his teammate instead. Yeah,
Good
that's
point.
a full reset. That's full reset.
Well,
6
about
eliminations
time.
already.
Yeah, about time these gatekeeping plays start to pay off, though. You know, this has kind of been their bread and butter here tonight. So,
Right.
you know, they spend a lot of time setting up. So it's good to see when it works here. As this should be it. Yep. 8 elims so far here for Execute. Good luck.
Good looks.
Good
Well,
looks.
I know who I'm predicting.
Most elims. You're going with Execute already? Oof.
That's an easy pick.
I
mean,
guess that's, yeah, they're
the
still
thing,
4
okay,
up.
Execute struggles towards the later game when there's a lot of teams alive and they don't like play their splits correctly or they don't navigate correctly. But so many teams are already gone.
True.
And they have 8 eliminations. It's not like they have 8 elims and we still have like a majority of the lobby. Almost half the lobby is already out, Dave.
Yeah, and looking at the teams that are alive, the only other team that might put up some good numbers, just, you know, realistically, I think the Chosen have the potential there, but Gaji is playing like super split. They're playing a 3-1. So because of that, I'm going with Execute as well here for most elims this game.
We do get, you know, the benefit to make our guesses into the 5th circle, but man, teams are fighting like it's already the last circle. So many teams just done and dusted. Golden Eagles,
Here comes the push.
they're just trying to drive by. WALLSTREETBETS looking to catch some players off guard though. Look at how empty that map is.
Yeah, so surprised the Skills of Mine are still in it somehow. Still surviving. Ooh, next zone goes up there towards the north, towards Execute. Looks like Zute, myself, and Monica throwing X's in the air right now. Jason picking Angry Amateur, Skur, the solo player. Always love an underdog story. So Golden Eagles not backstabbing WALLSTREETBETS. Might be a big mistake here. Looking to leapfrog them, looking to reposition. But now look at this. From behind, WALLSTREETBETS just bombarding them with grenades here.
Oh, mini red zone out in this forest. Well, WALLSTREETBETS get even more aggressive because the zone shifted off of them. We know WALLSTREETBETS, they typically like to play inside the zone, but we know they like to fight too when they get the opportunity. I think they have to back off here. This area, too difficult to fight in, especially with the blue zone closing in. We'll probably just give this one up, like Golden Eagles live to fight for another zone.
Looking at the minimap, Dope Slayers are looking to set up some plays out there on the east as well. So we'll keep tabs on them as now here comes the rest of the WALLSTREETBETS looking to be proactive here, looking to get the wraparound. I was assuming the Golden Eagles, but it looks like they accidentally crashed into this trench. I don't think that was intentional. And they're going to be right underneath the thumb of MEZEXIS here, Jute.
Yeah, this, you got to be careful driving around. There's a lot of trenches and dips here. There is a way to get the car out of there, though. They might decide to do that. That'd be the smart thing to do, I think. Or they could push this. It'd be hard, though. They have Golden Eagles behind them. Yep. And then the team front of them. This might be just their last stand. Just, you know, get as many points as we can now, since they found themselves in a very tough situation to rotate in.
Blow up the vehicle, get the confirm, get the splash damage right there. You got the ammo. The blue zone going to be pulling in. D1 still out there behind, potentially looking for that backstab play onto the Golden Eagles. Beowulf done. Dusted. As we're in stage 5. 8 teams to go. Execute. Dope Slayers up there in the north. The Chosen out there on the east. Oh, that's that backstab we were looking for.
Yeah. Rise watching his back too, almost catching Jiwon. Jiwon will get the confirmation before he goes down. New circle. Ships down to the south. Execute on that high ground. MEZEXIS controlling the southern side. WALLSTREETBETS did make 2 of their members in. Barely in the zone.
Ooh.
1 gets spotted. 1 HP. Catches him in the shoulder. Over the top. DBS time. Peralta. Can he make magic happen? The cover fire, I think, from his teammates does the trick. No, actually, Peralta just catches that himself.
Just built differently right there. Peralta putting up some points on the board. 6 elims on MEZEXIS. So all of us kind of sleeping on MEZEXIS here as they are quickly catching up to Execute in their 8 elims here. Execute up there in the north, playing for that winner chicken dinner. Meanwhile, MEZEXIS down here in the south, they're going to have the opportunity to potentially clash with a couple more opponents compared to Execute, at least for the time being here, Zute.
Oh, Golden Eagles getting ripped apart. There they go. They're out of there. Execute. So much control on this northern side. Not just northern side itself, so much sightlines, yeah, on that high ground. The Chosen, they still have 4. They can maybe make something happen here. And with so little teams left, there's a lot more room to fight. A lot more chances for you to get a bit more aggressive without worrying getting shot at from, you know, other angles.
5 teams to go. Next circle pops. Execute with 4. The Chosen with 4. Feeling healthy. Casper caught in the open here. But I don't see the push coming out from the Chosen. Just a knock, taking down some armor. Forcing them to dip into their med stash here. So got MEZEXIS down south with 4 up too. So MEZEXIS getting awfully close to the Chosen, which kind of prevented them from making that push on to Execute.
Oh, Dope forced to finally rotate some of their members in. 1 goes down. Dope down to 1. Skills of Mine still alive. He is not going to be fighting anyone anytime soon. Just letting everyone else take their fights. I think Dope, where's Dope going? Dope went into the blue zone, circling all the way around. Might actually run into Skills of Mine. No, does not get a chance to, as Jason picks up that player.
10 elims on Execute. Last time we checked, I believe the Chosen had 6. So these teams are definitely catching up. Skills of Mine, though, the solo just big chilling. Looking for some additional placement points. 4th place gets you 4. 3rd place gets you 5. As they're most likely going to survive at least until 3rd here. They have a really large buffer zone between them and everybody else. Next zone does pop, though. The thing is, will MEZEXIS look behind them, or will MEZEXIS be tunnel vision on the Chosen right now?
There's no way MEZEXIS checks behind them. Like, they have no reason to. If they're smart, though,
Yeah.
they'll have a player in a position that will be aware
Casper.
he could be backstabbed. Casper, yeah.
For the follow-up.
Great nade. If he
Did we
can
get the confirm?
If he can, that'd be huge. I don't think he did with that grenade. And that's a huge opening, too, because Execute have to push downhill. They don't have the zone up there.
No longer in the zone, and they just have a couple trees to work with for cover. We already see their smokes popping out, and they have somewhat of a choke point, too. They want to push out. So we'll see if they opt to push downhill towards the Chosen. Casper has Subpig's number. Trying to call in a favor down their range. Missing a couple shots. Looks like the pickup was successful down here on the road with the Chosen. 60 limbs.
Execute gearing up. Oh, MEZEXIS catching Subpig and 2 of the Chosen are knocked. That opens it up for Execute to push in, but which way will they push in? Right into the Chosen, potentially. But that brings them into the low ground and just in a bad position against MEZEXIS.
Execute using their vehicles that they were keeping full safe behind the walls as cover now, blowing it up. A lot of smokes on the playing field. I'm looking at Bombay, the solo from Skills of Mine. Will they play spoiler onto Peralta, onto inactive? Can be the deciding factor on whether or not MEZEXIS is coming on top of this one. Is now the elims are getting awfully close. 9 on MEZEXIS, 10, if I'm not mistaken, on Execute. Looks like everybody's just looking at the Chosen, though. The Chosen are getting picked apart from all sides right now. Zute is inactive, connecting on to Casper.
3
Jason
points.
connecting on to Stellar.
That's the Chosen out of there. No, the Chosen still have one somewhere in the midst of
They're
all
done.
this. Yeah, okay. Now they're
MEZEXIS
out.
have 3 more elims than Execute.
Oh, yeah, I think it's done. I think MEZEXIS are looking in for the kill. They're coming in at all angles. Look at this beautiful shot. Execute backed up into a corner. Not even a DBS could save them at this point. Drago. He spots him. You can see him down there. He's got to get aggressive. Catches remix.
Full body peek.
Gets traded, though. Jason, yeah.
They're done.
You can't pick him. Skills of Mine coming in. Second place.
Second place.
Maybe
MEZEXIS with
first place.
16 elims here.
That's huge. 16.
16. I believe that's a 3rd place record at least. Now Bombay from behind said, Peralta, hello. You guys forgot about me. I'll take that one real quick. My 1 elim plus my 6 for 2nd place. Thank you very much. Bombay not done yet. I don't believe Bombay is aware of Inactive's position, though.
Yeah. He doesn't have zone either. So the second he runs out, yeah, it's done. He's got 2 smokes. He's going to make an effort. Can't blame him. They need the points. Skills of Mine, they're not a team worried about denying points. They're a team more worried about just getting points themselves. So he should make the hero run in the open. Oh, I thought
Okay.
I thought he got finished for a second. He just like disappeared. MEZEXIS is like, oh, if you're not going to come to us, the nades are going to come to you. Zone still closing. Bomba. He's got to make a move. What's he going to do? He's going to dip down to the lower ground. Maybe catch Trick on the side. No, Trick hears the audio cues. He can maybe isolate a 1v1. Get 1 player. Maybe confirmation. No, doesn't even get the 1. And that is MEZEXIS. You're right. Did I actually want to pick Execute that early on? And, well, MEZEXIS came out of nowhere and racked up a whole lot of elimination points.
Ton of elims down there in the south doing a great job at defending all their angles. But Skills of Mine, shout out to them because that was some clutch points coming out right there because they were one of those teams that are hovering around that 15th spot on the overall leaderboard. So that 2nd place is 6 points plus the 1. So that's a guaranteed 7 right there. That should definitely help further that gap between them and Excuse because we saw last game Excuse getting taken out really early on. But Trick, 7 elims here this game. Not too bad. Not too shabby, if I have to say so myself, for MEZEXIS.
868 damage. MEZEXIS play that zone really well. They didn't even have the high ground, you know, coming into the late game. It was Execute that had it, and they managed to make it work. Great game out of MEZEXIS. Vikendi, always a bag full of surprises.
Talking about surprises, we got the highlights coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
You know, a little birdie was telling me,
Hmm.
Jason, pick MEZEXIS. Only because she didn't want to be the only, or she didn't want to actually, or she wanted to catch up to me in prediction points. But you know what? I went with Execute, I went with the group, and the group let me down as MEZEXIS pick up a massive match here, secure themselves the chicken dinner, and well deserved for them, to be completely honest. Before we move into our match rankings, though, I got to give a big shout out once again here to Monster Energy, who are our official energy partner here at PMPL NA, but also multiple PMPL. So thank you guys again for supporting the PUBG mobile scene. Let's take a look, though, at our match, and we can see 27 points for MEZEXIS. Pretty damn big game for them.
I think my exact words, Jason, were, hey, Jason, you should pick MEZEXIS. And you're like, why? And I said, because think of it. If they do win, and I said this kind of ironically because we all thought that, who was it? We all thought Execute was going to win. I was like, well, think of it. If MEZEXIS wins, then you would have the point and no one else would have the point. And then, yeah, that's just straight karma, I think, Jason.
But I'm already ahead of you on prediction points. I don't need to pick something you don't
But
pick.
if you include yesterday's prediction points, now we're tied.
Yeah, we don't include those here today. As we take a look down the rest of the
Day-to-day.
list, you know, GK first and Hyper, 4 elimination points, all coming from him as they almost lost the fight against super lazy Reflex, who just seems to find in Hyper every single time. I could think of about 14 other teams I would want to fight before in Hyper, but you know what? They keep doing so. We can see BOPE 2 points, Angry Amateur 2 points, still keeping things closer down towards the bottom of the table of who can break through into top 16. Did you hear that, Monica?
What?
I think that means she didn't hear it. If she says what,
Oh, I did not hear
I
it.
hear we have something for the viewers. What's it gonna be? Oh, it's a code. Oh, hey, once you guys picked it up, make sure you're in the game. Go redeem it, get yourself 600 UC. Hopefully before Seven Worlds Gaming does it, because that man has been trying to snipe them all show long. But yeah, MEZEXIS, man, really proud of them. Execute as well. A little unfortunate as things played out, but again, the zone kind of shifted away from them. They had to kind of fight back into it. But we'll take a closer look at the winners here of MEZEXIS and their player stats.
MEZEXIS, I think we kind of slept on them because we were like, oh, like Execute. We saw some like, you know, the stars were aligning for them. They were in the lead for eliminations, and then they kind of just sat in the compound. Was a little bit too late to come out, and MEZEXIS just did really well to be on the other side and then fighting against them and the other team. But unfortunately, I think the one member of Skill, Mai, kind of came and hit them in the back, but they're able to take them out. No problem at all.
Yeah, I mean, at least he survived. You know, I think the predictions
Yeah.
show that I picked them. I think our production's a little bit drunk, mistaking that monster can for something else. Because there was no way I was picking them when it was about most eliminations. But still, surviving, again, placement points important here. But I mean, just look at this again across the team from MEZEXIS. Everyone put it in work. No one really slacking behind. Really happy to see this across the team. And for me, this is the sign of a team that has really good potential to be a phenomenal team, because you have everyone that can show up at any given time. You don't have a team where that one-star player is having an off day and then you have no one else to carry the weight. They're doing exceptionally well here so far in this match and the last match, but can they continue to do so? As we'll even take a look at their stats up against Execute, because of how those two teams played out this match, Monica.
Yeah, Execute, remember, they have a little bit of a different roster this week, right? They added Tensa in last week to come and be the IGL, so Fate could focus on fragging on out. Did, you know, a little bit better last week, and then this week, you know, back to the old roster here. So just showing them right direct comparison just from this last match. Execute, they were in the lead for elimination. I think they had an early game, you know, squad white
8
at the beginning,
eliminations
so 4.
with
like
half the lobby left.
Yeah, exactly. And so we all, I mean, I think everyone would thought like, wow, they're on a roll, they're gonna keep going, and then they just kind of like, what is in that compound? Didn't really come out too far to keep looking around to get on those elimination opportunities, and then ended up at only 10.
Yeah, tough times for them again. They had an initial knock onto the Chosen. Surprised didn't see them actually capitalize off of that, knowing the situation they were in. But of course, MEZEXIS kind of slid in from the side, got those eliminations, got the position around Execute as well. But again, Execute, that's a team that has no pressure of not qualifying into our finals. It's all about bonus points for them. And same for MEZEXIS, to be fair, and even I would say the Chosen. But I think more importantly, it's about what kind of form are you going to bring into the finals here. And we are seeing MEZEXIS have a decent step up today. Execute, I think the tough thing for them, Monica, with Tensa coming in and out, the Tensa is probably the only player in these lobbies that has this depth of experience and knowledge of the scene, knowledge of other scenes than anyone else out here in these lobbies. And it can be a little bit hard to bring him into your roster in such a limited amount of time. But we'll see if he actually is going to play for them in the finals. But let's take the schedule one more time, as this is the last time of the day we'll be looking at it, since we only have, well, one match left. And that's going to be Group A sitting out. And Monica, you remember what team's in Group A?
I might have to be reminded one more time, but it's definitely not like the who was it? I think it was I want to say it's like K19. I haven't seen them out yet.
And Hyper's in there.
Yeah, and Hyper is out. So they're what points they've gotten so far, that's it. And then yep, super lazy reflex. That was their last match. Vikendi was, and then Phoenix.
But YKG comes back in here, and I'm curious about a battle for the top between these two teams. Remember, they're tied at bonus points, like 16 each. One getting 10 on week 1 and getting 6 on the following week. The other one getting 6 and 10. So these two teams are basically in an entire. I think they're playing their own game against each other, while everyone else in the lobby is just fighting for as many bonus points as possible. And then the other part of the lobby is like, I'm just trying to get top 16.
And YKG, what I've seen is they tend to do better when, obviously they tend to do better when N Hyper isn't there, because again, these two teams, they're kind of right head and head. So when they're not even in the lobby, it's kind of a free for all for them if they can, not go out too early. And then Jason, with Vikendi, I did want to point out, just Vikendi, this is the first time it's come back in a competitive in a very long time. I want to say maybe 3 years or so. So some of these teams like Execute for sure, and Hyper and YKG, they've had a lot of experience playing Vikendi 3 years ago when it was in the lineup, and now they're bringing that experience for these newer teams may not have that experience in Vikendi.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but you better wise up, because I don't think Vikendi's leaving anytime soon, just like our commentators here. The final match of the day is ready to go, so take it away.
What is going on? Jason, Monica confirming Livik next season. You heard it here first. But Zute, huge day for a couple of the players that are competing in our PMPL. It was Tensa and Shifan getting some voice packs in the game, if I'm not mistaken, released yesterday or today. So that's pretty massive, having your voice in the game that you can unlock as well. So pretty exciting stuff to see from the esports players. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get involved with the final game of the night here, Zute.
Here we go. Final game. Back on to Erangel. This might be the most vanilla map, but with the action we've seen today, with how fast, teams are coming out the gates, just fighting like SLR, even Execute that last game, picking up a lot of eliminations. This might be a vanilla map, but I think the teams are trying to fight for every single point they can, and with a playing path like this, we might see just a couple more hot drops.
Hopefully, and as the evening progresses, the games wind down, the potential for the chaos, the clown party in game number 5, always high. The chances always high. So let us see, as we've been having some pretty solid games today, not gonna lie. SLR, I think they did good. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm their coach and I'm in the locker room,
Yeah,
I'm giving them a pat on the back and said, listen, you guys, you done good. You done good. I appreciate it. The thing is it too late?
Tried today.
Is it too late, Zute?
Oh,
Still 2 more days. So 15
there's
games.
There's still 3 more days. Yeah, it's honestly, that's more than enough games, right? Like, if you take it game by game and how many points a team could get. The only problem is that it's SLR. However, SLR, they completely changed up what they're trying to do today. It's so evident that it's like, I feel like if they just try that again or come back a little bit, more prepped, they could easily break top 16 still. Because we see change, and change is good.
Yeah.
So if they might just hit that change that they need, not today, but the next day. And they got, like you said, 15 more games to go.
So I always love rooting for that underdog here, Zute. Always love rooting and tooting. That's what they used to call me back in the day, Rudy Tooty. So let's see if Mena4 can Rudy Tooty some elims here. They with the Uzi, waiting, buying some time, setting the trap. Skills of Mine, a duo right ahead of them. Do they know? Are they aware of the potential?
Oh, they know now.
They know now.
Shots coming in, and a 4, and they're backing off. I like to see them be a little bit more patient. Like, if you're gonna set up a trap, and they don't know you're there, just be a little bit more patient. At least be able to put more than one mag in, right?
Yeah.
And then leaving.
I mean,
Yeah,
Skills of Mine
They're
are
spooked,
big
though.
scared, though. You see them, they toss
They're
like
spooked.
3 different smokes. They're big scared. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. So they're totally caught off guard right there. So yeah, I agree with you. A little more patience could have been the deciding factor of taking out these 2 members here of Skills of Mine for
2
sure.
points. Yeah. YKG and the Panthers.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
that is a fight that is not going the Panthers' way. There's one team, you know, that you want to get aggressive on, you know, for the Panthers because they're looking to play more aggressive. It is not YKG. I'd rather take any other team, including in Hyper, than take a fight against YKG. Wanted, getting circled by Sharks. The
Donut.
Sharks' name is BOPE. Look at that. Full surround.
Donut. And kind of on the flip end of that, like if there was ever a team to really take out early and stop their aggression, their snowball, it would be the Panthers as well. Because when the Panthers start ramping up, there's just no stopping them here, Zute. So we'll get back to that topic because we got looking at Zed. Zed with the Bizone. Camping the stairs here. There's a smoke. Comes down to the audio cues. Zed!
Oh.
No chance. No
Nice try,
chance.
With the smoke. I respect it. But yeah, shotguns are just too strong.
So going back to the
Shotguns are
Panthers.
too strong.
Going back to the Panthers, if there was ever a team you want to stop the momentum, the hype train, it definitely has to be that team. And talking to Quan earlier on, Quan told me they had their lucky breakfast, which is avocado and toast with only the top side toasted. So interesting specifics there.
Yeah, I was going to say that is oddly specific.
Only one side toasted. The thing is it lucky? Because the Panthers losing 2 already very early on. The Panthers having a fantastic day 1. Not so much the case here today.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's not lucky enough. Just
Do you have a lucky meal? Like when you used to be a competitive player, did you have like a ritual? Like what was your thing?
oh, it wasn't a lucky meal, but me being the nerd I am, I did read up like what's the best brain power food. That was blueberries.
Oh, so you just eat a bunch of blueberries and then you're good to go.
Yeah, I approached the game more from a
Hello. Yeah, you approach the game with cliffhanger, man. Cliffhanger. You're I'm on the edge of my seat here. How'd you approach the game? Oh. Okay. Oh, it's actually only me. So you hit that reconnect as we do look at the Wall Street Bets looking to reconnect with their roots here because this has been a team that they love centering up early and they love holding it down. They love locking it down and just, putting it in the back pocket and going for that late game placing points, showing up with 4. Their numbers up and alive. The thing is, I believe after talking to Professor, okay, sit back, everybody. After talking to Professor, their coach, they told me they are aware of their strengths. They know that they can play the end game. They know that they can play the zones, but they want to work on things that they're not the best at, and that is taking fights. That is being aggressive, and I believe that's what we've been seeing them do today.
That's always the hardest part.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they have room to work with for sure because on the overalls, they're big chilling. But I love how they're preparing for the finals here, Zute.
Yeah, so I know you heard me earlier, but I don't think the rest of the stream did.
We heard you say blueberries, and then next thing
Blueberries?
you know, kaboom, the internet didn't want your secret to be known. So welcome back.
Oh. Blueberries for the mind. Mind power. That's always good. Not a lucky breakfast for food. And gets one. Oh, okay. Couldn't get the trade. He didn't have enough blueberries.
Not enough blueberries. That's the secret. That's the secret. If you want to increase your aim, blueberries it is. I love that we could really provide tips and tricks though.
You could do a Google search. Like if you Google like brain power food, blueberries comes up. Angry amateurs.
Yeah, he's out there in the open. Just hitting that U-turn, man. That E-brake. Oh, and they're pulling up because Skur, 1 HP, DBS through the window. Taking down X-Ray pretty low. It's up to Rosh though with the barrel. Swapping on over to the grenade. Letting it cook, letting it cook. Are we cooking it too much though? Here's Zute.
He lets it go, and 24 damage, not that much. And yeah, he was cooking a little bit too long because 2 of his teammates are already done. Angry amateurs, now they're cooking. Look at that. 2 players close up with the nades. Cancels. You don't want to throw it just yet. They should have heard Draco shoot just now, so they know where the supporting angle is, and they just need to isolate Rosh. Don't get too antsy. Don't go all the way up in the open, because that supporting fire line is going to come into play. They're going to challenge Draco. He actually takes shots at Draco. None connecting. Oh, he's got the DP. That's why. That's a dangerous weapon, especially at long range.
Draco kind of...
I mean, he's stuck. He can't run down the hill in the open, right? He's got to just be ready to shoot at whatever pixels he can. Rosh has got to hope that Angry Amateurs messes up here.
Oh. I just don't want to mess up. Maybe a bait in her. On the flat top. Skur still on the outside. Skur going to be seeing Rosh with the pre-fire lean. Peeks out here, but Rosh coming out on top. Can we get another? Can we get another?
No way.
Really low. Painter down to 1 bullet here, Zute. Able to clutch it out at the very end. Meanwhile,
that got dicey.
Yeah, that did get dicey. Shout out to Rosh there for the attempt. We give him the participation award. Unfortunately, that doesn't get you points here.
No, it does not. I would have liked to see, after he got the first knock down there, just back up a little bit. You know, hope the other player makes a mistake. I think he overheated just a tad. He got the first one. Didn't have to challenge that second one straight up. But sometimes the killer instincts work out. And Panther goes down. Oh, can he get the turnaround?
Where was this before, though? Where was this before when Rosh was in the compounds, keeping him distracted? That's my question. Now Skur with the lead.
Oh!
Where was this before?
Oh, no way. Oh, Shaksa, come on. Shaksa, don't back off now. Don't back off now, Shaksa. He got scared.
Dude, what?
He got scared. He didn't.
Where's the vehicle, though?
The clip.
We're sending it. Shaka. For the surprise attack.
Oh, this is all Draco.
Trying to get the revives.
Draco's not going to let that happen. Oh,
Underhand?
Don't play passive now.
Toss it. That might be good.
It's going to do some damage. Oh, no, it doesn't. Yeah, he's got to go
Still, we're
aggressive
pushing.
now.
We're pushing. UMP, we are pushing. We are ready to go. Shock's actually pulling off of that.
Oh!
We
the
got
1v3.
him. We got him. Excuse this
Wait,
team.
he has 4.
This team,
he got all
remember,
4.
16th on the cusp here, Zute. So having a solo and get these 4 limbs is crucial for them to maintain their dreams to participate in the finals next week.
That was huge.
It was all planned. Rosh getting thirsted, all part of the plan.
I don't know about that one.
All part of the plan, Zute. I'm telling you, Draco ate them blueberries like we were talking about. Who else is eating the blueberries? Wasted.
Nope.
Not eating enough blueberries, unfortunate for them.
It's a trade, though. I think one of the BOPE players went down, in that buggy driving around. This is a wide open, hilly terrain battle. Not a lot of vehicles. Looks like these players are mostly running on foot, and that one buggy is all they had on the other side.
Look who it is. #1 snake NA right there, still alive.
No hacks looking for it. Driving around. No hacks. Where's the rest? Yep, okay. There we go. Oh, Joey's down. Joey is down. Smoke's coming in. Oh, MEZEXIS. Is MEZEXIS the one that's got the knock?
Yep.
I mean, they just got a lot of eliminations. They are feeling themselves. Oh, they got the angles too. YKG is in trouble.
Yes, sir. Remember, one of the areas that YKG were trying to work on today is toning back the comms a little bit because they realized that they have too much information flowing, and that kind of blocks the attention of Joey here sometimes when it comes to listening to those cues. So, wondering if they were able to work on that here a little bit today as they prepare for the finals. So now they're going to be circling Nate over here. Nate with the scar on the second story. The Panthers losing 2 really early on here this game, if you can recall. But Zute, it's getting close to that time for the predictions here. And if I'm not mistaken, the last question of the evening, what team will win the game? So I'll let you start thinking about that one, as we got 13 teams still alive.
13 teams still alive. YKG amongst them. I really like that disengage by YKG. They had 3 up. You know, Joey wasn't in the worst of positions, but they disengaged so cleanly. It was like, you know, we could stay. We could try. We already have 5 points, but it was just like, let's just rotate. And they just left. We usually see teams kind of do a half and half. They stay for a little bit, try and get some knocks, and then they leave. But YKG right there, they thought better of it. Let's just leave. And they did it really quickly. And they'll be rewarded, too.
Yeah.
With a really nice zone shift and a really strong position, too.
It's like cutting through butter right there. That's how clean it was. Execute. Grouped up, holding down some buildings out there on the west side of the new circle. The Chosen dead center in Gatka. Chosen down a member. The Panthers down 2. YKG down Joey. So MEZEXIS still having the full squad up for the time being, and with their phenomenal previous match, they might be looking to steamroll here to end the night. Zute, I'm not gonna lie, they are definitely feeling themselves after last game. 19 elims. So they're gonna be a team to look for here, as we're gonna be tuning in with the Puppeteers up against Slimmy from MENA4.
MENA4 has been struggling all week here. And Slimmy trying to hold the defense here by himself. Faye just eats that grenade, chugging a monster energy while he's at it too. You saw that nade bounce in, he did not care.
Slimmy is just stuck because if they try to retreat, so far the grenades, like Dong is trying to predict the retreat right there. That's keeping Slimmy pinned down for the time being. Dong tossing out some smokes. To me, that's looking like Dong is trying to make the push over here, Zute. On the high ground, Slimmy with the beautiful molly to block the tunnel access. Heads up play. But Puppeteers, they used at least 6 grenades so far on this solo Slimmy in the front lines.
Slimmy doing a lot of work right now, just simply staying alive, not giving up the knock. The second that knock comes out, you know Puppeteers looking to get more aggressive. They're on the edge of zone. They got to push up. They could go on the right side or the left side. Both sides of the chopsticks occupied. Of course, left side does have TC waiting for them at the end, whereas this side, a bit more easier to take with MENA4 and a banged up team of Golden Eagles, only down to 2.
Dope players finding themselves some compounds, some buildings to work with. Team mobility out there in the distance. So a couple teams showing up towards that mid game with 4 up still. Not a lot of elims on the board yet. But like you were mentioning, the duo from the Golden Eagles waiting for those smokes to dissipate over there on MENA4, and then it's just a firing range at that point. But here's a big fight. MEZEXIS, coming off of a monumental win, are looking to get a knock with a grenade here on YKG, and maybe the potential push here to get some additional elims here this game here, Zute.
Maybe so. You have the angles. Not the easiest of pushes to make, though. This is a spot where if they could take it over, it opens up the entire northern half a bit more. MEZEXIS does have 4. And I do believe they were the ones that took down the YKG player a couple zones earlier.
Ooh.
So, that's a nice zone shift.
Yeah, MEZEXIS looks like Remix is actually going to be pushing up in their vehicle here. Inactive, still holding down that back anchor position. I'm surprised they didn't opt to try to get the initial knock first, but it is a strong spot within this new circle, like you mentioned. We see Trick pulling up to Remix, and Active also in their vehicle looking to make the approach here. Trick using these smokes for soft cover. Remix looking to connect this grenade onto Chico. Let's see if we can get it through the window into the building. It's coming down to the aim here. Chico, though, back against the wall, not trying to overextend. Has the double barrel shotgun ready for any breach. Here comes
You can
Zute.
see, you can see YKG not gonna give up a free knock. They know they're down a player, so they're playing it extra safe, forcing MEZEXIS to push up closer. My workout for YKG, my workout for MEZEXIS. It gives more space for MEZEXIS to work with, but allows YKG to defense up just a little bit more. Nades are coming in, still no openings. They're gonna go in close. They know they're in this building. Pretty far through
Oh,
the
that's
smoke, maybe?
good.
Oh, that's a good one.
Beer's down. Now's the time to make the push. Oh, Trick. Bison letting it rip here in the smokes. Trying to retreat. Chico tagging them up in the back line, but we got Remix knocking at your door. Chico bouncing outside here. Grenade cooking. Remix with the molly. That spread should be good on the Chico. Chico avoiding the danger for the time being inside the building with the double barrel shotgun. Not where you want to find yourself in the close quarter combat here, but MEZEXIS Remix pulling up with the taking them down and out. Huge fight right there for MEZEXIS coming out on top.
And MEZEXIS looks like a completely different team right now, playing so clean. Pressing close, nading to put more pressure, and then going up into the smokes instead of just running in. They nade it once more. Well done. Meanwhile, on the southern side of things are definitely heating up. Team Mobility smashing in to Dope Slayers. Bray on the rooftop in the smoke. That's going to be a dangerous position for the side of Team Mobility. He's got to make sure, though, he stays alive up there. He's the first line defense. Next quick gets the nade. And more nades raining in. This defense is holding for now. And look at this, Dave. Through the edge of the smoke.
Insane. Now Bray jumping down, double barrel shotgun in hand, ready to let that rip. Versa, best mullet NA, M4. Defending this side of the hill for the time being. Nesquik cooking a grenade, looking to toss it into the smokes, get these confirms here. Beautiful defense so far from the Dope Slayers, but can they connect on all the angles? Pew down pretty low, cooking a grenade, tossing it on top of Jay. Right past Jay. Now here comes Jay and Bray to seal the deal, to put a halt to the push from Team Mobility. Zute.
That's some nice rooftop play right there with the smokes. The Chosen getting pieced up by Puppeteers. The Chosen were the defensive team here. All they had to do was watch one angle straight down that ways, but I think the Puppeteer must have opened it up with a knock or maybe even 2 knocks. The Chosen get absolutely eliminated. Now we're down to 6 teams. Mina 4 in the Chop 6. Same with the Puppeteers. Both of these 2 teams not yet fully in the zone.
Yeah, Puppeteers still need to continue to make that push, and now it's not going to be within the ravines, the dips, the cover that they are used to playing here. Execute, though, somewhat separated on the west side. See Fate scoring up with Trick, so we'll keep tabs on that as we got a lot of smoke as Metaphor looking to bridge the gap in this open field. They also need to make sure not to get third-partied on the approach as Wagoon will be taking some shots at Dong downtown.
Dong using that smoke to the best visibility. And, execute. I see it on the minimap. Drives right in front of Puppeteers. I mean, that's the only play they have. They need to get into the zone. That's going to put them in a terrible spot for nades Do the Puppeteers have more nades left, though? They took out all of the Chosen. Surely there's some nades left over from that fight that they could use. Because, man, Execute is just going to eat it if there is nades to be had.
Yeah, and they got that that road elevated just in the way that both teams can kind of prone and not be spotted. So we see right there Drago with the grenade across that road onto the Puppeteers. Puppeteers, though, Faye, are also concerned with Metaphor out there trying to capitalize on those elim points. Molly on top of Fang. So Execute are doing everything in their power to not only block the sightlines from MEZEXIS in the north, but also trying to keep the pressure on the Puppeteers from pushing over that road with smokes.
Yeah, and I don't think Puppeteers have any nades cycle through most of their players. No one. It's going to give some space for Execute to work with. Puppeteers have to push very soon. Bluezone is going to push right over the edge. And I'm sure Execute have that in the back of their head. They're just waiting for that blue zone to get closer before they have to divert their attention. So they're going to try and get a knock on the north side, alleviate pressure there. This is a tough spot for Execute, but they're holding on. The next couple of seconds will determine what will be their fate. Is Puppeteers going to overtake them? Is Execute going to get knocked from the backside? MEZEXIS dead set on getting those knocks.
Yeah, Execute are just so fortunate that the Puppeteers have no more of that utility available, because they would have been dead to rights with a molly or a grenade. That would have sealed the deal for sure. But Remix from behind just being a pest, taking shot after shot onto Jason, trying to connect out here. Execute getting pieced up quite low. All players about 50% HP. Now here comes the blue zone, like you mentioned. Fang just creeping and crawling their way, trying not to let it touch them.
They have the zone. They don't have to push. Now they have to push, though, because the next zone shifts away from them once again. And there's 5 teams up. There's a solo out there somewhere. Excuse.
Yeah, Draco from earlier on, still alive. Still alive out there on the east side, the northeast. We can see across the field right there. Dope players have been big chilling for a couple moments after the team mobility successful defense. Now here comes Jay, peeking their head up on the rooftop, trying to spot these pixels, the heads. And it looks like they're doing just that. There goes one.
Catches one. There's a couple more. Puppeteers. Down to 2. I think this is it for Puppeteers. They should just be worried about, okay, where can we push to get maybe a point or 2? And I think their best bet is Execute. There's no way they're pushing into Dope. Too much ground to cover. At least Execute is smoked out right now. And yeah, Fang playing some more smokes.
Oh, they know. They know. Fang has a smoke in the hand, though. Swapping to the M4, tossing another smoke. Fang has to hear him right here. Jason also preparing for battle. Their last stance. And oh, Jason back against the hay bale right there with the kaboom shot to get another elim.
That's the best Execute could do, honestly. Zone's not on them, and there's 4 people looking towards Jason. They're going to go out here. MEZEXIS setting themselves up for 4v4 game in. It's going to be Dope versus MEZEXIS. Jason, not much longer for this world. Blue zone, slowly but surely, takes them away.
Thanks for playing tonight, Jason. 3rd place, you can have it. 4v4, final game on match 5, day 2, PMPL NA 2023 here, Zute. I am favoring, for the time being, this position from Dope Slayers just because of the terrain, the cover they have to work with for the time being. But this next circle, circle 8, will favor MEZEXIS. So Dope Slayers no longer able to hide behind that terrain for very long.
Dope should be able to get into this zone relatively easily through the use of smokes alone, right? They haven't had to use smokes. They probably have a bunch. There's a couple hay bales they could use. They have vehicles for makeshift cover. They'll most likely lose 1, but should be able to get 3 into the zone. And throwing down any smokes. They're able to just do it dry. No smokes needed. But that will give MEZEXIS the exact info on where these players are stopping with their cars. And
the double trade grenades from Bray and Inactive to take out the off angles. The long range grenades there to open it up. Massive.
First revive though will be the side of Dope. Dope is gonna pick up that revive first. MEZEXIS not quite ready to pick up theirs. However, that player might go down. Nesquik applying a lot of pressure, making sure Inactive doesn't get picked up. Puts himself behind a very slim hay bale. Dope, however, is back up to 4. And they're putting the pressure onto MEZEXIS's front doorstep. Oh, the off angle there. Uh-oh. Trick doesn't catch it, though.
MG3. 75 bullets in the mag. 61 now. Missing the crucial angle, like you mentioned. Needed that knock. Nesquik face in the dirt, trying to get a surprise attack. Creepy crawler play. Backpack off. Remix trying to jump, trying to get some additional sightlines over here. Bray, awfully close to Remix right now. They're about to smell each other. Zute, Inactive, picked up just in time.
Wow.
4v4.
4v4.
Right back to it.
Last zone. Oh, Remix goes down. First one, he's got the Groza. 4v3. And I do believe Dope has control of the center of the zone. MEZEXIS is going to be the ones that have to make the movement, the audio cues to get closer. They have some smokes. I'm surprised there's not more smokes being laid out. Maybe they don't have any smokes left. And Trick gets the crucial knock with the MG3 red dot through the grass fields. Evens it right back up to a 3v3.
Even Stevens right now, Inactive, tossing grenade after grenade, but Bray in the front line with the Groza, putting in a ton of work. Bullets, though, pretty low with the M4 and the Groza. 15 bullets in each weapon here. Zute really needs to hit them shots. Be critical with when they opt to take the shots and fire on in. But Inactive, the Snake, another trade right there. It's up to Peralta. 1v2.
Oh, he gets caught, but he catches while you're on
1v1.
fire. He gets it. 1v1. Bray too far away. And a nade in hand was not able to capitalize. I don't think he's got 15 oh, that book. Oh, close. No cigar. He's got 15 bullets in the Groza. I don't know how much he had in the other weapon.
15.
I think he
15. Was able to loot it. Was able to loot.
69 total. Nice. That's a perfect amount of bullets you need to win this match.
Bray
steps up,
spotted
and
Peralta,
he gets it.
Taking the final winner chicken dinner of day number 2. GG's coming down to the wire. 4v4. Zute. We saw trades back and forth and the revives back and forth, but it came down to hitting the grenades, to getting the advantage and hitting them shots. Man, Bray almost running out of ammo right there. And being able to loot that crate at the very right moments, perfect timing from them. It was a close battle, man. I'm not gonna lie, it was a toss-up for me.
Those field endings are always a blast to watch, especially when it's a 4v4 with two teams that are able to trade it back and forth. It's like a chess match, fast-paced, but also slow, intense, right? Those 1v1s were crucial, those peaks, and they got it. And honestly, that molly that he hit behind the hay bale. Yeah, it was a 1v2. He actually got shot up at first, but he hit the molly. Bray coming in clutch, 1,000+ damage, most eliminations. Bray did the most for Dope right there, and man, what a crazy ending.
What a crazy ending indeed. You love to see it, man. Some good old-fashioned PUBG Mobile right there, my man. So we got one more death segment to go. We got Jason and Monica looking to put a bow on day number 2, wrap it up, make it all pretty for everybody here. Shout out to everybody watching live in the VOD. That's gonna be it for Mustache Dave and Zute. We're out, baby.
The best part about that match was definitely ending hearing Monica cry as her
Oh, yeah, I
prediction
did.
get knocked out. Dope coming in
did.
big here. You know what? They won for you yesterday. They're not winning for you today as they close things out with the chicken dinner for themselves.
I was literally, when we were like picking, I was like, okay, MEZEXIS could if they can beat YKG in the north. And then I was like, but Dope also has a really good spot. And then, but they had so many teams next to them. So I was like, it was kind of hit or miss. And so I was going to pick Dope if MEZEXIS, if I hadn't picked MEZEXIS, but like I was almost there, but almost doesn't give me any points.
Now you're
but
learning.
Here, I know. I was like, but 22 points, Dope. Well earned.
Yeah, well done by them. I mean, they're a team that's pretty clear to make it into the finals, so it's good for them to have some decent results here going into the final week of play. You see Puppeteer as well getting some placement points. Something I don't really get to say too often out of them as they get 4 placements with the 7 eliminations. Excuse, Metaphor, again, and even BOPE. That's 3 teams right there desperately in need of points, able to secure them here in this final match.
Yeah, when teams like Hyper they're on the match and YKG they go out a little early because MEZEXIS took them out, it just opens the floodgates for all these other teams to get a lot of points that they really need. Unfortunately, the Panthers, a team that we've hyped up a lot from having a big performance yesterday, 1 match, chicken dinner, 19 eliminations, so coming out here with 0. So Erangel, it seems a little inconsistent with them. Either they go big or they, go home out of the lobby.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when you have these ups and downs for Panthers, but again, luckily for them, they still have a couple of days to play to maybe iron things out, work on their consistency as they have 3 more days of play to come here in this week, and then of course into the finals for that chance to make that big push to hit top 5 to advance through into the regionals. But what I'm curious about is here, as we've seen our match ranking, is a quick little recap of what all went down for today. If you guys missed any of the action, well, we've got you covered here. We'll take a look at our recap of the day and see who won each match here. And once to Vigilantes off Miramar. I mean, I forgot, it feels like ages ago, but that was a crazy match as well, coming down to just the zone closing. YKG in that really good position to close things out, but once Vigilantes had something to say about it.
I mean, Wanted Vigilantes is one of those teams that you don't really see a lot of because they don't, no offense to them, but we don't really see them that often doing this big kind of performance. I think we've maybe only won a chicken dinner once or twice or just a handful of times like in the past. So for them to come here, they just had a huge vantage point over the mountain looking over everyone below them. Of course, YKG in second and Sanhok. That was I remember I got my prediction wrong for this one, but they were, or did I get it right? I don't even remember what I predicted. It was so long ago, Jason.
I'm just so used to getting your predictions wrong, so probably got it wrong there. Dope though, 3,100
I was like 2 or 5
damage
today, okay?
We'll find out what you were in just a few moments. Don't worry, we'll get to that. Let's take a look though at our overall rankings for week 3 here, because that's going to be important as well. Bonus points given the line here for these teams, and YKG holding on to that #1 position. And even MEZEXIS is showing up here in 2nd place.
Ooh, MEZEXIS. This is like a dark horse, or I guess a dark owl coming out from the lower end of the leaderboards. Yeah, 91.7 points behind YKG. So YKG, this is telling me that YKG either does really, really good and gets 3 chicken dinners, or they're going out way early because their placement points and their limb points are pretty even to MEZEXIS for only getting 1 chicken dinner back in, what was it, Vikendi?
Believe so.
Yeah.
Well, looking down the rest of the list though, I mean, you got Panthers, they fell from 2nd to 5th. And then this is obviously where it's going to really count, right? BOPE, or take a look at Phoenix. Excuse is having a pretty good week here so far. And then Puppeteers, this just seems to be Puppeteers. They get a lot of limbs, but they can't get placements. And it might work right now. This is what I've been saying the whole time, right, Monica? It might work in NA, but it's not going to work in regionals when you have these big teams coming in from Brazil and Latin America who really are going to give a tough time to any team coming out of NA.
And from these standings here, it's that top 8 that get those bonus points into the finals. So right now, these teams kind of, I would say in the top like 9 to 12, like they are wanting to get up in that top 8 to try to give them those bonus points to be added to their points in the finals. And then as we scroll down a little bit more, the teams in 17th through 20th, they're still just attempting to qualify. Like they're at least I'm looking at Angry Amateurs, I'm looking at Skills of Mine. They're just a couple of points behind in 16th place BOPE. Definitely in the hot seat, but they're top 16. That's what you want to try to get some major points.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, BOPE was actually like 2 points behind, I want to say, Angry Amateurs when it came to qualifying into the finals. And now they're ahead of them by 3. So they should, if I do my math correctly, be ahead of them by 1 point now. Then again, we still have 3 days of play, so it's not like we're done just yet. But we do have to move on to our MVP of the day here. And honestly, I think I predicted Quan yesterday. I have no idea who's going to be MVP today because we had so many different teams stepping up. But I almost going to say it has to be on someone from MEZEXIS because of how well they played on this day.
Yeah, who do you think on MEZEXIS like really stood out in your mind, Jason?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, when we looked at MEZEXIS, right, they had in match 4, like everyone was putting up numbers, everyone's putting up limbs, everyone's putting up damage.
It was like 5,
time.
5, 5, and 4.
Exactly. So I don't know who it's going to be, but let's just take a look who the MVP will be. Maybe I can get a half a point for correctly predicting MEZEXIS. And there we go. At least get that. 14 eliminations coming for Trick and 2,400 damage. Definitely.
Nice.
I mean, I almost bet you like the rest of his teammates were really close behind as well when it came to MVP points today.
Yeah. I mean, 14 eliminations in 4 matches. You're averaging a 3.5 per match, so that's really good. Almost like if you had a like a rental property, like that passive income, you can really just like Trick, just always having that fall back. He's going to get those eliminations, going to get at least those like 3.5 points per match for your team to get like decent, consistent points.
Okay, well, it moves on to our final point here. Is our predictions. Let's see who is the best predictor on the day. And I don't really have any inclination who it's going to be, but it's going to be me, 3.5. Yeah, I just told you I got the 0.5 from the team correct guess on MVP.
Whatever. I was like, how much money did you slip the production team to give you a 0.5?
Let's just say I gave him a discount on one of my side hustles.
Oh gosh, I don't even want to know. Okay, so but we kind of flip-flopped. Okay, I will say, I say Zute and Mustache Dave were very consistent. Like Zute consistently bad because he got 2 and 2, and then Mustache Dave consistently good because he got 3 and 3 yesterday and today. And then you and me kind of like flip-flopped because I had 3, you had 2 yesterday, and now we like switched because your 0.5 definitely does not count.
I don't make the rules. I just abide by what's on my screen, Monica. So it looks like I technically am in the lead here by 0.5 points. You know, if you want to get 0.5 points, you got to be nicer to our producer.
I can't. Everyone's getting up against me, Jason.
Well, it's you against the world. But that's going to round out our day here. This is going to be a 1-day break now, right? This is the 2 days section. We're going to have 1 day off, then a 3-day section. Then we'll have time off until next week for the finals. So we have 1 day to relax, to rest, but not the teams, right? They got to prepare, VOD review, get ready to go here because the PUBG Mobile action will continue on Friday at the exact same time. And we'll see you guys then.